Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the 2020 virtual SNF Conference. As I mentioned in my welcoming remarks yesterday, each year the SNF Conference brings together some of the world's best thinkers, leaders, artists, iconoclasts, and visionaries to explore critical questions regarding the future of humanity and society. Yesterday, we had two extraordinary panels examining at first critical issues that had been discussed at past conferences, and secondly, reframing a number of complex questions on public health and public institutions, the future of work, the concept of a social contract, and of a sustainable future within the COVID-19 transformative framework. Today, we will be exploring humanity's relationship with one of the most important technologies of the 21st century, artificial intelligence. Breakthroughs in AI will touch every part of the human experience, from how we work, play, move, create, and live. So, we've brought a diverse group of AI experts and thinkers to explore what's in store for us. Today's sessions are a sneak preview of our 2021 conference, which will explore similar questions. Our first session, titled Humanity and AI, Cooperation, Collision, or Coevolution, will explore the promise of AI and the many surprising ways it is shaping the future of society, the way we work and connect, and our very idea of who we are. The moderator of this session is Andrew Zoli, Vice President of Planet Incorporation, forecaster and author. So, Andrew, over to you.
Thank you, Anna Cynthia. It's so great to be here with all of you today. Thank you to the SNF Foundation for convening us today. Thank you to all of you for showing up, and thank you especially to our three guests today, who it's my great pleasure and honor to help moderate and facilitate in conversation. Today, as Anna Cynthia mentioned, is a kind of a preview, a précis of a conference that we had hoped to be having in the SNFCC, in the Cultural Center in Athens, and which we hope to convene next year under healthier circumstances for all. So, but we felt it was important to continue the tradition of the work that we do and the work that the Foundation does in convening these essential dialogues on questions that shape the future of the human experience. You couldn't ask for three more appropriate contributors to a discussion on the relationship between humanity and artificial intelligence than our three guests. And I do want to say to you just two things for everyone watching and participating. The first one is that this will be a discussion not just between the four of us, but we hope with you as well. As you can see on the screen, there is a mechanism. If you go to www.snf.org/questions with a capital Q, it'll take you to a page where you'll see a big question mark. If you click on that question mark, you can actually submit a question, and those questions will be edited and actually presented on the screen. We'll see if we can get to as many of them as we can. I also want to just mention that our purpose today is not just a generic discussion about artificial intelligence. There are many excellent, world-renowned conversations about the technology itself. Our conversation today is about humanity and AI. And so with that in mind, let me offer a few remarks to set up our discussion and then introduce our speakers, our conversationalists, and then start the conversation. There is no word in English to describe the mix of fascination, yearning, and anxiety that mark contemporary discussions of artificial intelligence. Every position is taken. Entrepreneurs wax breathlessly about its promise. Economists wonder about its potential for economic and labor dislocation. Policymakers wonder about constraining its potential for abuse. Circumspect engineers will tell you that it's much harder to do in practice than breathless headlines suggest. Activists point out AI's ability to perniciously lock in our unconscious and, frankly, sometimes not so unconscious biases. Other activists are busy using AI to overcome those very same biases. Techno-utopians look forward to an inevitable ecstatic merger of humanity and machine, while their more cynical contemporaries worry about existential risks and the loss of human control. In some sense, the diversity of all of this thinking and all of these perspectives is apt because all of these positions are well-founded, at least to some degree. AI will increase wealth, and it will concentrate wealth, and it will destroy wealth all at the same time. It will amplify our biases and be used to overcome them. It will support both democracy and autocracy. It will be a companion and a means of liberation from and a means of subjugation to various forms of labor. It will be used to help heal the planet and intensify our consumption of its resources. It will enhance life and diminish it. It will be deployed as an instrument of peace and an instrument of war. It will be used to tell you the truth and to lie to you. As the folk singer Andy DeFranco once said, every tool is a weapon if you hold it right. One thing we can say for certain, AI will not enter the scene neutrally because the world is not a neutral place. Its emergence will be conditioned as much by our social and cultural values, our economic systems, and our capacity for collective imagination as it will be by the technology itself. Is work drudgery or dignity? What should we not do with AI, even if we can? Whose opinions on those questions actually matter? And what do we owe each other anyway? How we answer these kinds of questions, indeed whether we ask them at all, hint at the tasks that we might assign to artificial intelligence and the considerations that will guide and constrain its emergence. Indeed, it's the urgent need to ask those questions that led us here today and led us to this conversation with these three remarkable people. So I'm very excited to introduce them to you. First, on the left of your screen is Azim Azar, the writer behind Exponential View, a absolutely must-read, and I will tell you as a subscriber, a must-read newsletter which explores how society and the political economy are changing under the force of technology. Azim is also on the board of the Ada Lovelace Foundation, a leading independent research institute focused on ethics and AI. On the right-hand side of our screen is Madeline Claire Ellish, who's an anthropologist who leads the AI on the Ground initiative at the Data and Society Research Institute, where she and her teams investigate the promises and risks of integrating AI technologies into society. Through human-centered and ethnographic research, AI on the Ground sheds light on the consequences of deploying AI systems beyond the research lab in the real world, examining who benefits, who's harmed, and who is accountable. And finally, in the center of our screen is Blaise Arguerre-Yarcas, who is a distinguished scientist at Google and a polymathic software engineer, software architect, and designer. He's a genuine authority on computer vision, machine intelligence, and one of the most significant figures in the field of AI today. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this conversation, and I think we'll begin with Azim. Azim, we've been talking about the social and the technical and the socio-technical system and how they shape the human experience. Would you kick us off?
Of course. Thank you very much, Andrew. What an honor to be invited to this fantastic conference and with panelists like Blaise and Madeline. I do wish we could all have been in Athens for this, so hopefully we'll get an opportunity to do that. You know, I come at this question as somebody who was a practitioner, as a founder of a technology company that used some of these techniques, but heritage as a social scientist. And one of the things that has struck me as I've got to understand some of these technologies over the past decade or so is the confused narrative that surrounds both artificial intelligence and our understanding of what technology is in general. And I want to try to tackle both of those questions in 4 or 5 minutes, really, which is a brave undertaking. Let's start with briefly thinking about artificial intelligence. That is, in some sense, machines that imbue some of our notions of intelligence. They have a long history in our narratives. I mean, we're at the Summer Nostos Festival. The first example of autonomous vehicles were probably from Homer's Odyssey, with the Phaeacian ships that required no steersman, no gubernator, no oarsman, but just took the passenger where they wanted to go in comparative safety. And since that time, we have come up over the last 3,000 years with more and more stories about how we can animate with intelligence the machines that we create. But it constructs something of a confused narrative. When the term artificial intelligence was first used in a grant application in the United States in 1955 for a workshop that happened a year later, the key goal there was to, in some sense, replicate the process of the brain. So we sort of merged the idea of intelligent machines with intelligence being connected to the structures inside our own heads. And it does become quite confusing. And then I start to think about how do we explain this in a simple way? I mean, in a sense, there is some broad agreement that intelligence is the ability to act rationally to help some kind of entity achieve its objective. And one of my favorite stories about this comes from just after the French Revolution, when a mathematician called Gaspard de Prony was set the very difficult task of having to calculate and map all of the land in France in order to create a good taxation basis. And it was a difficult problem that was going to involve a lot of trigonometry, and it was quite hard maths for which there weren't sufficient trained mathematicians. So de Prony built what we would call today an AI system. He went off and he broke the task down into a lot of very simple subtasks, which is rather similar to what some of Blaze's computer vision systems do. They take the hard task of vision and break them down into simple mathematical tasks of multiplying matrices. In de Prony's case, it was addition and subtraction. And he thought, where can I find simple computers to undertake this calculation? I mentioned it was post-revolutionary France. There was an unemployment problem specifically amongst the hairdressers to the aristocracy. The aristocracy were famous for their grand bouffants, the kind of which many of us have been sporting because of COVID lockdowns. And as the revolution went underway, the aristocracy either lost their heads and therefore their need for a bouffant, or they decided they weren't going to advertise their noble status with their haircuts, which put lots of hairdressers out of work. And so de Prony enlisted these hairdressers to do these simple mathematical additions and subtractions in groups of 60 layers of these neurons, and they added up to be able to do this much more complex mathematics. And it is a very simple way of explaining some of the key technologies we used in what's called artificial intelligence today. It is an entity that is able to act to achieve its objective, even if the sort of subunits are not that kind of capable. And the reason I bring that up is because for me, in a sense, it demystifies a lot of the language that is used around AI. Now, AI is embedded in this wider context of technology, and technology has, as we think of it, information technology today has suddenly accosted us. It didn't really matter 15 or 20 years ago what Apple chose to do or didn't do, or Microsoft chose to do or didn't do, because they weren't part of our everyday. And suddenly they have become part of our everyday. Now, roughly the origins of this industry is only 50 years or so old. The Intel 4004 microprocessor was released the year before I was born in 1971. But the timing of that is really interesting, as is its geographical location. So the Intel 4004 processor and the technology industry that was built around it was built in California, which was home at the time to a lot of people who were, in a sense, renegades towards authority. I mean, there was a lot of the sort of the LSD movement, Tim O'Leary, and so on. People who didn't have that sense of respect for the problems of authority. But it coincided with a change in the political economy that happened in the 1970s, which was the move towards deregulation, the move towards saying the government should not intervene in any kind of market. And the United States and the UK and many other countries with Reagan and Thatcher went through 20 or 30 years of taking their hands off the oars, off the brakes, at the time at which we had the technologies of the microchip accelerating. These non-interventionist political beliefs coincided with non-interventionist economic beliefs. And the consequence is that we ended up with these technology companies that are very powerful, with this very powerful tool of AI, that have traditionally said, don't argue with us. We are neutral. we know what's best. They're saying this in the context of a politics that says innovation is what matters. So we haven't been able to inspect the inner workings of these firms. And to keep us quiet, they've delivered us wonderful services like Netflix and iPhones that come through the post. And the truth is, humanity has had a coexistence with technology for the longest period of time. It's these technologies that have allowed us to change our cultural values, our social values, our family relationships. It's even gone further than that. I mean, the intestines of the human have a very different form factor to the intestines of our hominid ancestors, because over a couple of millions of years of evolution, as we have used tools to chop up our food, we have outsourced our digestion to those tools. And so we have a very different gut length to chimpanzees and gorillas who have to do all of this in their own bodies. And so ultimately we get to this strange situation where technology co-evolves with us, it's innate to us and to our condition. But over the last 40 or 50s, for reasons of economic and political power, we have been, as ordinary people, as the demos, abstracted away from that conversation and that discussion. It's very important for us to have that today because AI is a very powerful technology, I think at least as meaningful as the arrival of the printing press in Mainz in the 1440s. And that's why we need to have dialogues like this.
I really appreciate that, Azim. It seems to me it's a fascinating thing that right now we live at a time when the realm of the technate, the makers of these tools, have become extraordinarily powerful institutions, in part because the technologies themselves are extraordinarily powerful and they radiate through the fibers of our social lives in all the ways that you describe, and our work lives in the ways that you described. And the polis, that is to say, the realm outside, the demos that you described, that space is weaker in relationship in terms of being able to determine what gets built and for whom and under what terms. But it seems to me that in all of that is really also the market and the philosophy of markets. You know, I'm struck by the fact that 8 of the 10 wealthiest people in America, who are among the very wealthiest people in the world, who own half of the wealth of the United States, all have stakes in artificial intelligence in one way or another in a significant way. And that raises questions for everyone else and for the practical ways in which we experience these technologies. So let me turn now to Madeline. Madeline, you're an anthropologist. You've been looking at the real world experiences. And I'm reminded of a story that happens. I'm speaking to you from Minneapolis, St. Paul, and literally outside my window is the back alley where once every Monday, the garbage truck comes along. And there were 3 people on the garbage truck for the longest time, for the whole time that I was here. And then recently the garbage truck got an upgrade. And it went from 3 people to 2 people, and then 2 people to 1 person, because there was a claw on the side of the truck that reaches out and grabs the garbage can. No one gets off the truck anymore and dumps it into the garbage truck. And I was discussing this with my garbage man, with the person who was involved. And I said, "How do you see your job?" And he said, "My job is to train the claw." And he saw himself as in the twilight. He said, "It's a good thing I'm in the twilight of my career because I don't know that I could pivot away from this." With all of those kinds of questions, Madeline, how is the world of work changing? What are you seeing in the ways in which humanity is working differently or will work differently with these tools?
Well, I have a short presentation that I have a couple of stories to add to the story of your garbage man that maybe we can use as fodder for our conversation going forward.
Please.
Okay, great. So today I want to talk to everyone here about this relationship between humans and AI and work, and sort of some stories about how that relationship goes wrong, how that relationship can be better. And I'm going to do this by telling you 3 stories, and each highlights people and processes that most stories about tech and tech innovation render invisible. So story 1, bananas at self-checkout. A couple of years ago, I was at a typical grocery store in New York, and when I went to check out, I used the self-checkout machine. I scanned each of my items, and when I got to a bunch of bananas, I was really amazed that the machine seemed to recognize that I had bananas and the price just popped up. I paused. I was really impressed. But then I, continued on checking out my items. Of course, something went wrong. It always does. And so an attendant came over. And I mentioned in passing to her, I'm so impressed. This thing is so smart. I can't believe it could sense that I had bananas. The attendant kind of like shrugged her shoulders and laughed and said, "Oh, it didn't know. I saw that you had the bananas, so I put in the code. I was standing over there. I punched in the code so you don't have to. It's much faster that way." Okay, so I study this for a living. I study all of the kinds of invisible work that goes into making technologies actually function. And I, in this moment at the grocery store, had misattributed intelligence to the machine, and I hadn't even noticed the person who was actually making the whole process run smoothly. Why does this matter? When we overestimate the machine and let the human who actually enables work to remain invisible, these people can be undervalued, underpaid, and taken advantage of. We end up valorizing technology at the expense of the human who is often attending it. Scholars Mary Gray and Siddhartha Suri have
we'll deal with as much time as we can. Hello, are we back live now? Wonderful. Welcome back, everyone. We're so sorry for we had some complex technical challenges in our booth, but thankfully we're back here live and welcome you all back. Thank you for your patience. And thank you especially for the patience of our discussants. When we last left our fearless travelers, Madeline was in the middle of her presentation on the nature of, on sort of 3 stories about the changing nature of work and invisible work. Madeline, if it would be okay, just for continuity, could we ask you to restart that presentation and take us through what you observe as an anthropologist in the ways in which artificial intelligence is changing the nature of what we do?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to. So today I, as I sort of already started, want to talk to you about the relationship between humans and AI, and how I see that relationship going right, and how I see that relationship going wrong, and how we can think about that in the future. I want to do that by telling you about 3 stories that highlight people and processes that most stories about tech innovation render invisible. So story 1. Bananas at self-checkout. A couple of years, I was at a typical grocery store in New York, and I went to, check out, used the self-checkout machine. I scanned each of my items. I got to a bunch of bananas, and I was amazed that the machine seemed to recognize that I had bananas, and the price just automatically popped up. I paused. I was really, really impressed at the quote-unquote smartness of the machine. Then I continued on checking out my items, and of course something went wrong. It always does, and so an attendant had to come over. And when she came over, I mentioned in passing that I was really impressed with how smart it was. I couldn't believe that it had just sensed that I had bananas. And the attendant looked at me and laughed, and she said, "Oh, it didn't know. I put in the code. I was standing over there gesturing, and I, put in the code so you didn't have to. It's much faster that way." Okay, so to be clear, I study this for a living. I study all of the kinds of invisible work that go into making technologies function, and I had misattributed intelligence to this self-checkout machine, and I hadn't even noticed the person who was actually making the whole process run smoothly. So why does this matter? Why am I starting with this story, you might say? Well, when we overestimate machines and we let the humans who actually enable those machines to work remain invisible, those people can be undervalued. They can be underpaid, and they're often taken advantage of. It means we end up valorizing technology at the expense of the human, in fact, who is often right there attending it. Across the AI pipeline and product lifecycle, there are humans guiding, maintaining, repairing, and enabling AI systems to be, intelligent. Scholars Mary Gray and Siddhartha Suri have termed this kind of work ghost work in the context of platform technologies. But Madeline, you might be saying to yourself, AI will eventually be good enough to just make the human obsolete. But I think of that as the myth of the last mile, of this myth of eventual technological perfection, and I think this myth is dangerous because the history of technology tells us that this dream of technological perfection never comes true, that there are always dreams of replacing work and drudgery with advanced technologies, and it never pans out. Story 2. On the night of March 18, 2018, Elaine Hertzberg was killed after being struck by a self-driving car in Tempe, Arizona. Hertzberg was crossing the street with her bike when the vehicle, which was operating in its autonomous mode, failed to accurately classify her moving body as an object to be avoided. Rafaela Vasquez, a backup safety driver whose task was monitoring the self-driving car, did not see Hertzberg crossing the street. Following the accident and Hertzberg's death, Uber resumed testing its vehicles, and it was cleared of all criminal wrongdoing. In contrast, the safety driver of the purported autonomous vehicle continues to this day to face the prospect of vehicular manslaughter charges. Is this right? Is this fair? That neither Uber, the actor who developed and deployed the technology, nor the state of Arizona, which allowed the testing to be conducted in the first place, are being held accountable? I'd argue no. But unfortunately, I wasn't surprised at how the story around accountability played out here. I wasn't surprised when blame shifted away from Uber and onto the safety driver. Rafaela, the safety driver in this case, had become a moral crumple zone. A moral crumple zone is a concept that my colleagues and I developed in a paper to call attention to a particular dynamic around the ways in which control and responsibility are often misaligned in automated systems. So just as the crumple zone in a car is designed to absorb the force of impact in a crash, the human in a highly complex and automated system may simply become a component, accidentally likely, but still a component that bears the brunt of the moral and legal responsibilities when the overall system malfunctions. What this means is that the technological component remains faultless and unproblematic, while the human operator is isolated as the weak link. We've published extensively on this, building on the history of automation, and there's obviously a lot more to say about control, agency, and responsibility in human-machine dynamics and human-machine teaming. What I'd like you to take away from this story and the concept of the moral crumple zone generally is that humans remain integral to the functioning of so-termed autonomous systems, and yet they are at the same time often disempowered and vulnerable to being held accountable for system-wide failures. The story of Elaine Hertzberg's death, the criminal charges facing the safety driver, and Uber's ongoing testing and development is, for me, a cautionary tale. It's what happens when we establish a corrosive relationship between humans and AI, favoring innovation that focuses on autonomous technology at the expense of the humans who are working and walking alongside it. Story 3. If the previous story is what happens when we get the relationship between humans and AI wrong, this last story is, I'd argue, what happens when we get it right. For the last year, a system called Sepsis Watch has been implemented at the Duke University Hospital in Durham, North Carolina. The system was created to improve patient care by predicting which patients are most likely to develop sepsis, which is a deadly infection of the blood. Sepsis Watch is real AI in action. I was an anthropologist who was working with this team as they were developing it. And the creators of the system didn't design the system to replace doctors. They focused on the fact that without specialized nurses, whose job it would be to communicate the risk score produced by the AI, without these nurses to integrate the new technology into existing practices, the system would fail to work. So Sepsis Watch has ultimately improved patient care, and it has done this by elevating the human role in this success. The role of the nurses hasn't been hidden or downplayed or pushed to the side, but rather they have been centered and they have been acknowledged and respected as integral to the system. The story of the nurses in the emergency department working with Sepsis Watch represents one possible path. The story shows us what can happen when we stop focusing on making AI systems ever more autonomous or making AI the answer, and instead focus on recentering the human roles in a socio-technical system and highlighting the relationships and skills and capabilities that AI creates for and alongside its human users. So I'd argue that to recover and recenter the range of humans behind AI must be a foundation for responsible innovation going forward. Making the people and the processes visible is a primary way that we can collectively move toward a better future. And as the COVID-19 pandemic transforms our world, the people who make up the hidden human infrastructures that in fact we are now seeing allow our world to function, these hidden human infrastructures have been revealed as both essential and yet also structurally vulnerable and precarious. And in fact, it's imperative that so-termed essential workers, as Shudafa Gidla has written, do not become a euphemism for sacrificial workers. How we think about and design AI systems is linked to this moral imperative. The humans are there. The question is, how will we acknowledge, support, and empower them going forward? Making the people and processes visible and recentering the values of humans who work alongside AI systems is one step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. My head is buzzing with questions, and I'm reminded, before we turn to Blaise, I'm reminded of one of the most durable pieces of writing about the relationship between human beings and complex technological systems that I've read, which was by a wonderful thinker named Rich Gold, who was the artist in residence at Xerox PARC many years ago. And he wrote this defining, wonderful it takes about an hour to read, a piece called How Smart Does Your Bed Have to Be Before You're Afraid to Go to Sleep at Night? And all it does, I would encourage everyone to read it. It's a spectacular piece of writing because it doesn't include a single declarative sentence. It's just a list of questions. And it asks, in addition to this question of human beings in moral crumple zones and the way in which we concentrate liability among people who are ghost workers, right? Or otherwise involved in the system. There's also this other piece of this story, which is about the cognitive burden of the complexity and illegibility of the world. My challenge is one of the most things we could all relate to in your story about the bananas is that the self-checkout system always goes wrong. So if it always goes wrong, why are there people there in the first place? Why are we using them at all? And part of the reason is that human beings are embedded in a system that sees those very human beings as costs to be eliminated, and as burdens rather than as at the center of the equation. This is a theme I'd like us to return to later in the conversation. I'd like to now turn to Blaise. Blaise, you are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and machine learning. You do a great deal of work on mobile devices, but I know that you think very widely and broadly about the future of AI. So and I know that you're involved in many aspects of this work at Google. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your work and what you're thinking about these days?
Sure. So wonderful comments from Madeline and Azim, both. Which I would agree with 100%. And I think quite a lot about the socio-technical systems that the products that we build get embedded into, and how those systems inform what we build, and how what we build in turn goes back and changes those systems, and the feedback loops that sometimes virtuously, sometimes viciously ensue from that. So I have some slides. I'm going to try and maybe whip through a few of them, but in the interest of trying to keep a few minutes for us to actually discuss, maybe keep it really short. Can you pull up the deck?
Before you go to the slides, Blaise, let me just say that because of the technical disruption, we're going to add 10 minutes to the end of the session. So we have enough time to actually have some conversation to take some questions. So please proceed.
I should let my team know that I'll be 10 minutes late to the meeting. But okay, yes, let's go. So that's me. These are some of the kinds of things that I work on with my team. So a lot of AI or machine learning features in Pixel and Android smartphones that Google ships. We make them, including things including features that use AI technologies that are quite controversial nowadays, like face recognition. So face unlocking of Pixel phones is enabled by a face recognition engine that we make. And face recognition is a great example of a technology that, if used for ill, creates surveillance and chilling effects and power imbalances and all kinds of really negative externalities. On the other hand, if you have face recognition in a phone to help with unlocking and for your phone to essentially understand when you are paying attention to it or directing your either sight line or your speech toward it versus somewhere else, and all of that is local to the device, there's no surveillance implication to that whatsoever. It's purely prosthetic. I'd say the same thing about a face recognition engine, for example, that you might put on a pair of glasses and that whispers in your ear the name of the person you're talking to out of a contact list that you explicitly memorize. And if all of that is happening locally, then what you have is something like a hearing aid that's replacing a faculty that that most of us have in our singular gyrus of being able to recognize faces, as opposed to surveillance technology. On the other hand, you take exactly the same neural net and put it, in a system like London's cameras that pepper the streets, and now you have something really dark. So it's not really the neural net so much as it is the whole socio-technical system that it's embedded in and what happens as a result. Next slide, please. We do a lot of making of devices for embedding in the environment too, like these Coral boards, which are a little bit like Raspberry Pis with neural net accelerators in them. Those can be used for all sorts of industrial applications and for doing various tasks that intelligence could be useful for, like the banana task, but in ways that don't involve surveillance. And I'll explain what I mean. Yes.
You're speaking to me. Please continue.
Okay. Sorry. So these devices can do things like object detection and pose estimation, image segmentation, key phrase detection. What is that good for? Well, if you imagine that that what it is seeing, what a device like this is able to see is a count of number of people in an environment, then the only information that needs to go off a device like that for a lot of different kinds of applications is number of people visible. That's what you would want if you have a device that's looking at the length of a line in an airport, or the occupancy of a room, for COVID purposes, in order to ensure that occupancy is below a certain number, and you want the intelligence to be embedded in the device to be able to do that people count, because what you don't want is for the video of everything that the camera saw to be uploaded to some server, where it then turns into a possible source of surveillance. So, this is a case where embedding intelligence in the devices is actually critical in order for them to be able to be used for a socially beneficial purpose that doesn't carry along with it the potential for abuse. In addition to thinking about doing the running of neural nets on devices, as I've just illustrated, we've also done a lot of thinking about how it is that AI or ML systems can learn in a decentralized way. Federated learning is one of the techniques that we've invented for doing that. There's a comic book online that describes how it works, but basically it takes the training process and decentralizes that as well in such a way that that if there's an error signal or a correction signal that can be measured on those devices, they all kind of learn collaboratively without the actual data, without the observations ever being sent to a server or opening up the environments that those devices are operating into surveillance in any way. The comic book goes into more detail about how all of this works in ways that are both technically rigorous and that are entertaining. I'm quite proud of the information design here. So what I wanted the message that I really wanted to give here is that I think that we tend to associate companies at the moment with AIs. If the AI is Alexa, then it equals Amazon. If it's Cortana, then it equals Microsoft. OK Google is explicitly identifying Google as a company with a digital assistant. Of course, assistants are only one form of AI. Something that recognizes bananas is a much simpler form. But what I really want to point out is that this kind of monotheistic approach to thinking about AI in a very centralized way as an avatar of a corporation, and everything being a service, is actually really problematic, and it's something that we need to move away from. I call this idea the secret commonwealth after this book by Robert Kirk from 1691, which is, so he was, Robert Kirk was an ethnographer of faerie. So this book is sort of half occultism, half ethnography about what society, including elves, fauns, fairies, and all sorts of other entities, is like. It's unclear reading Robert Kirk whether he actually believes in the things he's writing about or not. Those of you who are Philip Pullman fans might recognize that The Secret Commonwealth is also the name of Volume 2 of the Book of Dust. Philip Pullman is the author of his Dark Materials, wonderful fantasy trilogy. This is sort of the second trilogy in that series. So this Secret Commonwealth is the kind of world of fairies and fauns and other sorts of things that is sort of occult and not necessarily in view of the humans who interpenetrate with that world. This is Philip Pullman. His demon, which he believes is this species of bird, is a metaphor for the sort of extended self that I find very powerful. Any of you who have seen the series or the movie, which wasn't very good, or better read the books, know that the world that Philip Pullman imagines is one in which we all have a sort of familiar, almost like a witch's familiar, that extends ourself with additional capabilities. That augmentation idea, I think, is a very powerful one for how AI in personal devices ought to work in a way that is purely empowering as opposed to disempowering. But of course, the world of fairy goes beyond these personal demons or personal companions, and it also extends into the environment. Sorry, next slide, please. So if you have a device in the environment that's recognizing bananas or counting people in a room, that's also a kind of fairy world creature. And the idea that all of those fairy world creatures should be faces of a company, I see as being a little bit like the Abrahamic monotheistic tradition, the sort of spooky centralization, which happened in the Jewish and Christian and Muslim worlds, for the last few thousand years, has increasingly dominated world religions, and has happened in the tech industry. Really in the time since Google, when we've begun to think about servers and data centers as being the center of everything. For me, this jingle about Santa Claus really sums it up. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. Santa is kind of a God light, I suppose, for children to practice their faith skills, and I find this message truly chilling. Next. So if we want our technology to be ambiently involved in our intimate lives, in our homes, on or eventually in our persons, embedded in our commons and public spaces, and we want to avoid mass surveillance, we want to avoid a total concentration of power and information, we want normal social relations with our technology, and we want reliability and robustness and responsiveness and security, then we have to go back to a pre-Christian sort of tradition in which there really is a fairy world that involves many entities, not just a few singular ones with sort of octopus-like tentacles that reach into everywhere. So, if there's a jinn in the car that is giving you driving directions, it needs to be aware of what's going on inside the car, of who is speaking, who is talking to who, what's happening with the turnoff, and so on. But if that means that a company is watching everybody and listening to everybody in the car, that's really bad, right? You want that AI to be located and embodied in the car under your own control and trustworthy, and not leak anything about what's happening inside the car to any other entity. Next. If you have a door guardian, which is doing something maybe as simple as opening or closing the door right when there's a person there, and maybe not when there's a dog there or something, then that's a very simple function. Again, you don't want that to be to mean that there's video going from that door to some central entity. City spirits that do things like like monitor for density of crowds in COVID times, or that regulate various kind of urban functions, city functions, in response to human presence. You want those things to work in the same way. Eventually, we'll have smart dust. We'll have things that are very small and that control very small aspects of the environment or regulate very small aspects of the environment. You don't want all of those to be the endpoints of something central. So I just want to close with this by acknowledging that an AI or a spirit or an object of the kind we've just been talking about, it always serves the interests of something. And so, thinking about AIs as some kind of abstract entity that just sort of falls from the sky, it's never correct. It's always political. It's always in a relationship of furthering the interests of something or being in tension with other things. And those somethings span a very, very wide range of scales, from human individuals to companies, institutions, political parties, cities, all the way up to the planet. And understanding those social relationships, what kinds of harms can come to them, whose interests those things are serving, and so on. Understanding that when we have many AIs, they fit into the same matrix of relations is something that we have to really come to grips with, I think, at a very deep level. And I'll end there.
Thank you so much, Blaise. Together, I want to thank the three of you for just three terrific sets of overlapping insights. And I'd like to ask you a couple of questions and encourage everyone who's watching, please do submit questions at snf.org/Q questions. Click on the question mark and submit. We'd love to hear from you as well. Given the extraordinary coercive power of markets and the fact that we live increasingly in a market, not only do we interact with markets, but we seem to live within a sort of market society more and more with inexorable inducements and coercive coercions to align ourselves with various capitalist instincts. I guess one question I have, and I want to start with you, Blaise, this world you describe, it operates in and it emerges in the context of and must align itself with that other system, that capitalist system, with all of its intense private interests. Do we need something like an AI Bill of Rights? Are there new rights that we need around the inspectability of the algorithms and tools that govern our lives? Do we need the ability to turn them off? There are precious few off buttons with many of these technologies in general, or some mechanism for challenging them. It's sometimes very difficult to challenge an algorithm that's literally burned into hardware. So I'd like to ask you that question, and then I'd like to go to Azim and Madeline as well.
Well, we certainly need regulation. So regulation is a critical component of making these things not suck. Madeline raised the issue of crumple zones, of moral crumple zones, which I think is an excellent metaphor, and one that comes about through, it's not just through minimizing the human, it's actually through minimizing the AI, right? And not acknowledging that it is an actor. There's somehow like a shell game in which we pretend that these AI entities don't exist, that they're not serving anybody's interests. We use the passive voice. We don't acknowledge that they are actors and they're acting in a very particular way and in a very particular interest. And it's only by acknowledging that we can start to talk about what kinds of alignments of interest make sense. But I also want to say that talking about regulation in a very abstract, and the way that I fear often the EU does actually, of like, we need to be able to turn them off, et cetera. Like, who is this we exactly? What are the social relations that are being discussed? I feel like we're a little bit too limited when we think about either this sort of neoliberalist idea that everything is about capitalism and the push and pull of interests. And this sort of post-fall of the Soviet Union idea where everything is about the invisible hand is not how nature or humans work at all. We constantly regulate each other, ourselves, our institutions in all kinds of ways And we need to, sort of acknowledge that that's how nature works, it's how humans work, it's how institutions work, and think about these new AI entities as being part of that matrix in the same way that anything else is. When you try to make entities disappear, you privilege some of them in ways that I think we've seen with respect to all kinds of other intelligent entities like corporations. So I don't think AI is new in this respect. We just need to get off this kind of neoliberalist idea that somehow invisible hand is good enough.
Yeah, in many conversations with non-specialists about these issues, they describe a world where they are already enfranchised or disenfranchised in these systems, and this exacerbates, limits, enhances, changes those relationships in some way, but they don't enter into a neutral space. Madeline or Azim, do you want to pick up on this theme of what we need in terms of regulations or a Bill of Rights or some sense of a new political economy around these ideas?
Why don't we hear from Madeline first?
Oh, sure. Well, so I'll just jump in and excuse me. There's a dog, so if you hear a dog, sorry. Something that I think Blaise began to talk about. I mean, something that worries me about while the sort of urge for an AI Bill of Rights makes sense, there's also some kind of insidious logic around that sort of says everything with respect to AI is new and we must reinvent the world. And that is right. That is a conceit of digital technologies generally, right? That like they can operate anywhere and do anything, and it erases context and specificity. And so, I am more interested in trying to understand and recover from the past. I love this idea of reviving the old ways, but also to look at existing forms of regulation that AI could be integrated into. Because the other thing about an AI Bill of Rights sort of type of regulation also centers the people who are making AI as the most important sort of or knowledgeable actors, when in fact we've been regulating all kinds of technologies, and there are activists and civil society groups who also need to be included in the table. And so again, focusing on the technology as the thing we need to focus on takes away from some of the other ways we might address the problem.
That's great. Azim.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. One of the things that we have learned over the last several years, once we've been able to train some of these tools onto our existing data, is that it has uncovered empirically biases and prejudices that exist in our culture and our literature. One of my friends did some work a few years ago where she identified that the kind of adjectives that we used around names of different ethnic or gender backgrounds throughout Western literature, and you can imagine the kind of biases that showed up. Now, people in the humanities, feminist scholars have known about this for decades and decades. We had it now quantitatively across billions and billions of words. And I think what's interesting there is that we get into what philosophers call the is-ought problem, which is that AI techniques are actually forcing us back to, do we want to reflect the world as it is, which is a kind of conservative Burkean view, or do we want to change the world into what we ought to think it ought to be, which is a more progressive view? And that's not a question about AI or indeed any other technology. That is a question about the moral dimension and our ability to come together and have a dialogue or not have a dialogue, as our colleagues from the French Revolution in 1789 chose to do. I think one thing that we need to recognize, though, is that as we get these new technologies, they do create new notions of power and right. I mean, simply think about the idea of the monopoly. Monopolies were seen as good things by states. They granted monopolies to inventors. They granted monopolies to the East India Company and the Dutch East India Company and the Royal Africa Company to exploit the colonies and people. And then at the turn of the 20th century, they started to realize around the time of the oil companies that monopolies were not so good. And so we constructed a new set of laws based around some new techno-economic realities that emerged. So I agree with Blaise and Madeline that we should not create sort of AI rights outside of the natural order of human rights. But I do think that, as with previous technologies, they create new possibilities. Things that were imaginaries become realities, and those then require new types of rights, new types of political conceptions.
Yeah, it's interesting too, just in response to the three of you and your reflections here, because these tools are bound up in a small number of extraordinarily large organizations that are commercial and proprietary organizations. We tend to focus on naturally one's mind goes to kind of the governance frame there. Yet it's worth noting first that in addition to a lot of work is done by super empowered individuals. We have seen transformational moments that have occurred, and I think of Edward Snowden as a kind of perfect example of this, who's not an IBM or a Google or a Microsoft or a Facebook or what have you. He's just one well-placed individual, or frankly, Julian Assange, or a whole set of people that we could point to in those communities. So it's interesting that some of us will learn in this next generation to leverage these tools outside of institutional contexts. The other thing I wanted to mention I wanted to share a brief personal story with you, and get you to react to it. And maybe we'll hold this as the close, because we have to. We're a little bit over on time, and we're going to have a fantastic conversation next, led by Arathi Krishnan, a fantastic group of AI researchers and ethicists from all different perspectives and different parts of the world. When my daughter, I have a daughter who's 10, and when she was about 18 months old and she was learning to crawl around the house, she learned how to use my mobile phone. So she learned how to turn on my phone with her finger and spin to an application, actually spin up something she liked to do, which was a little game, and beat me at it regularly because it was what she loved to do. And as she learned to crawl around the house, there was a fascinating moment when, for about 6 months, everything that was rectangular within reach had swipe marks on it, as she ran the experiment about what was responsive in the environment with her fingers, what would magically turn on and what wouldn't. And if you think about it, she had no prior information, and she knew that this one device or several devices did this, but they weren't even devices to her. They were just rectilinear shapes. To this day, when she's irritated with me, she gives me a swipe mark. Like, I've had it with you, Daddy. I'd like to move on to the other. I'd like to swipe to the other version of you. Right?
I love that.
So, yeah, and this is now hard-coded in her consciousness. And so what I'd like to ask you to do is to think for a moment, and I'll ask Madeline if you'd like to go first on this. Let me just give you the sense of this. As these tools saturate our lived experience, how might they change us in the way that we think, in the way that we perceive ourselves, not just the way that we interact with the world? Well, let me just ask you, Madeline, would you like to go first on that one, or yes?
Sure, because I will take a piece of that, and I will also address one of the questions that I saw that just came in, which is, I can't see into the future. I'm not sure how exactly AI will change us, or these, this suite of technologies we call AI. But I do think that what we must keep in mind is actually sort of where you were going earlier, which is individual human agency in the kind of progression of tech, right? That this is not a teleological tech is going to, we have some agency. We as humans, we as diverse types of humans. And so there was, a question about how might the panelists connect some of this work to the discussions around racial equity and the sort of rise in the imperative of anti-racism. And I would just sort of say that maybe instead of focusing on folks like Ed Snowden, who also worked actually for a very powerful organization, the US government, right, we could think about all of the people who are in the streets, all of the activists right now who are organizing and collecting in real life to change the political discussions that we have. And so I think, people like us on this panel can, think about how we design what we should do in the future, but we should also be sure that we continue to respect and empower all of the other voices that aren't just focused on AI.
Thank you, Madeline. How about you, Blaise?
So a couple of quick points. One, Madeline, I completely agree. And one of the reasons that this movement is happening now in the way that it is because the phone has allowed police brutality to be exposed to people in positions of privilege in ways that I mean, Black people in the U.S. have known for a long time that this is how they're treated. This is what happens. Many white people are only seeing it for the first time because of the cell phone and because of social networks and so on. The organization of those marches happens via those technological tools as well. I'm not trying to glorify the technological tools, which also have a lot to answer for on the other side of the coin, with respect to enablement of that very same police brutality and of surveillance and of social technical feedback loops that lead to over-policing and all kinds of other stuff. But it has changed the landscape in that pharmacon kind of way. That is both empowering and disempowering at the same time, as Andrew talked about earlier. One of the new things that when we talk about AI, I mean, it's always a very vague term, but neural nets are allowing us to do something in the last decade that has not been possible before, which is to extend natural user interface to a spot where machines can cover that gap between humans and technologies rather than humans having to cover that gap themselves. So being able to do speech recognition as opposed to having to learn how to type, being able to understand swipe or gaze or other kinds of things as opposed to having to use more archaic interfaces that need to be learned, that is really a big change. And it's a big change that is potentially very empowering of large numbers of humans, but also brings with it all kinds of possibilities for bias and negative social technical loops. But it is quite new. I mean, I think we sometimes lose sight of. I mean, we push back a lot against this. Like, yes, AI is just another word for old clothes. We've had these power relations and these issues for a long time. But that ability for understanding of human beings to be done by machines is fundamentally very new. It was completely out of reach 20 years ago.
Yeah. Thank you. I want to say, Madeline, I completely agreed with your comments also. I'm cognizant of time, and I want to let's give Azim the last word here. Thank you. Azim?
Thanks, Andrew. Yes, I'm here. It went.
Thanks to all of you for a truly enlightening conversation. Now, our next session, Humanity and AI, Can We Keep Humanity at the Center? We'll explore how we can keep the technology in service to humanity and not the other way around. The moderator of this session is Arathi Krishnan, Humanitarian Futures and Strategic Foresight Advisor. Arathi, over to you.
Hi, everybody, and welcome. So we're here to have a really intense, interesting session today on how can we keep humanity at the center. AI is one of the most powerful tools human beings have ever created. And with anything so powerful, there are risks, not least of which is the risk of the diminishment of our own humanity as part of this. And today we've invited a remarkable group of diverse perspectives on this essential question. Can we keep humanity at the center, even as AI is poised to augment and perhaps subsume many human tasks? How do we actually ensure that it encodes human values and human ethics, and through that, whose values and whose ethics? Can we use AI to elicit the better angels of our nature and overcome our demons? And how do we ensure AI is used to help all of humanity and not just humanity, to explore these questions with us? And I'm really pleased to invite them, to introduce them now. So as a short background, my name is Arati Krishnan. I'm really pleased to be here. I work in humanitarian futures and strategic foresight in the humanitarian and development system. Joining me on my immediate right is Stuart Russell. Stuart is a professor at University of California, Berkeley, and one of the most highly regarded computer scientists and AI experts in the world. We're really privileged to have you join us, Stuart. His most recent book is the critically acclaimed Human Compatible AI and the Problem of Control. We're also joined by the most amazing Sabelo Malambi, who is the founder of Bantucracy, a public interest organization that focuses on Ubuntu ethics and technology. He is a fellow at the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society, and a fellow as well as at the Technology and Human Rights Center, at the Carr Center Technology and Human Rights Fellow. Really pleased to have you with us, Sabelo. We're also joined by Tristan Harris, who is the co-founder and president for the Center of Humane Technology, a former design ethicist at Google and a world expert on how technology steers us all. And finally, we have the venerable Tenzin Priyadarshi, who is president and CEO of the Dalai Lama Center for Ethics and Transformative Values at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, a center dedicated to inquiry, dialogue, and education on the ethical and humane dimensions of life. So welcome, everybody. What a huge group of brains and hearts we have with us. We're going to start with Stuart. We see this as a bit of a conversation, so our panelists will have a moment to, we'll have about 10 minutes to put forward their thoughts, their ideas, their hopes and dreams, and we'll have a few follow-up questions and also time for Q&A with the participants at the end. So I'm going to hand over to Stuart to start.
Okay, thank you very much, Arati. I have some slides which will help to explain some of the points that I'd like to make. So I hope those will come up. Unfortunately, I'm unable to see them. Here we are. Okay, so I decided to begin with Alan Turing, who's familiar to all of you as the founder of computer science and in many ways the founder of artificial intelligence. He wrote a very famous paper in 1950, Computing Machinery in the Mind, which introduced what we now call the Turing test, talked about machine learning, natural language understanding, all the areas that we're familiar with in AI today. So what fewer people know, if we can move to the next slide, is that in 1951, Alan Turing gave a talk on the radio, BBC Radio 3, during which he said, it seems probable that once the machine thinking method had started, it would not take long to outstrip our feeble powers. At some stage, therefore, we should have to expect the machines to take control. He says this in a completely matter-of-fact way, almost a sense of resignation, and he doesn't present any solution to this problem. And if you think about it, it's a very natural point to make. There are other species on this planet, for example, the chimpanzees and the gorillas, who are very sorry that their ancestors at some point branched off and created the human race, which took control. And we would not like to be in the same situation. So the question is, how does it come about that making artificial intelligence better and better leads to a situation where the human era comes to an end? So if we could move forward, the reason is that the standard model of AI, in my view, is fundamentally flawed. So let me explain that in more detail. So the way we think about AI systems is that we design them to optimize some objective, some goal, some measure of success that is exogenously specified, meaning that someone else, us, is defining and plugging in that objective into the machine. And this is an approach, this standard model, that is not just restricted to AI. Many other disciplines, in fact, a big chunk of what we created in the 20th century is based on this model. And the problem with this model is that we cannot specify these objectives completely and correctly. So this is a point that the human race has known actually for thousands of years. So the legend of King Midas shows that when you get what you ask for, in his case, that everything he touches should turn to gold, you often regret it. So his food and his drink and his daughter all turn to gold. He dies in misery and starvation. We have the legend of the Sorcerer's Apprentice from Goethe, where the young sorcerer's apprentice tries to bewitch the brooms to fetch water, and he forgets to specify the termination condition. Or you have the lamp from Aladdin and many other legends. And when the genie gives you 3 wishes, what's the 3rd wish? It's always, please, could we undo the first 2 wishes, because we've ruined the world. So we've known this point for thousands of years, and yet this is the foundation for the technology that we expect to control the 21st century. Let me show you how this is already starting to happen in the present day. When we look at social media and how it operates, billions of people for hours every day are reading and watching content that's selected by machine learning algorithms. And to a first approximation, those algorithms are designed to optimize a particular fixed objective, such as click-through, the probability that you click on the content, or engagement time, the amount of time you spend on the content, because that relates directly to income for the social media platform. And you might think, well, okay, that sounds reasonable. I'm only going to click on things if I like them. So what happens then is that these algorithms will learn what people want to see. And that's probably what the social media platforms, the executives, thought was going to happen. Unfortunately, that isn't what happened. What happened is that the algorithms learn to modify people to be more predictable, because by turning them into more predictable people, the algorithms can generate more income, more clicks, because the algorithm is better at predicting what you're going to click on. And so the algorithms, by sending us appropriate sequences of content, change our preferences, our perceptions, our opinions, whether it's for violent videos or extreme political content, in any direction, whether it's all the way from eco-terrorism to neo-fascism. The algorithm doesn't care as long as you're more predictable. And so we see that the problem with this standard model is that the better the AI system, the worse the outcome is going to be, because the algorithm will be better at messing with the parts of the world that are not specified in the objective. So in this case, the parts of the world are your minds. And the objective forgot to specify what the algorithm is supposed to do with your mind, for example, leave it alone. And so the algorithm takes advantage of that freedom to maximize the objective that it is given. So we're trying to actually fix this problem and create a new model for artificial intelligence, in particular one that does not require human beings to specify objectives and then send off the algorithms to optimize them. So there's an implicit goal in this new model, which is that the purpose of the machine, the purpose of the robot, is to help us realize the future that we prefer. And here, by prefer and future, I really mean everything that we care about. And of course, we each care in different ways. So there are going to be issues of trade-offs among individuals. But in principle, this could be 8 billion different predictive models of how each of us prefers the future of the world to unfold. The second point, the most important point probably, is that the robot knows that it doesn't know what those individual preferences for the future are. And it's this uncertainty that turns out to enable the machine to behave in a completely different way. Rather than pursuing a fixed objective in a single-minded, obsessive, and destructive way, the algorithm, because it knows it doesn't know what we want, is going to behave cautiously. It's going to be differential to humans. It's going to allow itself to be switched off. The third principle is that the information that the robot needs in order to learn how to behave is going to come from us in some form or other. The whole process is one of the flow of information from humans to machines about what we want the future to be like. We can turn this into a mathematical model. We call it an assistance game. And when we solve those assistance games, we see these desirable behaviors emerging from the solution to a game. We don't program them in. They turn out to be solutions of the way we set the problem up. So, to summarize, the better the AI, the better the outcome. The algorithm will be better able to understand our preferences and better able to help us in achieving those preferences. So that's the idea. There's a lot more to say. You're probably thinking of all kinds of complications as I speak, but we can discuss those later. So to summarize, what I'm arguing is, first of all, that the way we do AI, the vast, vast majority of systems, of research papers, prototypes, are based on a model that will inevitably lead to loss of human control as machines become more and more intelligent. And I would say fairly soon we need to replace this standard model with a new model where human preferences are at the center of what the machine is doing, and the machine is, so to speak, humble about its understanding of those preferences. So the question that then arises, assuming all this works, is perhaps finally the human race will have a choice about its future. Up to now, I would say the past has been characterized by a struggle to survive, a struggle in which there's competition for access to the means of survival. And perhaps that time is going to come to an end. So then we actually have a choice. And sometimes a choice is a difficult thing to have. The question is, what do we want? And several authors have talked about this possibility. And visually, it's characterized very well by Wall-E, where in the future envisaged in that film, the human race are basically passengers on a cruise ship, on a cruise that goes on forever, where the civilization is run by machines and human beings no longer have autonomy or knowledge of how their own civilization works. That's a slippery slope that we have to be very careful of. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Stuart, thank you so much. That was brilliant. One question sort of jumps out at me, and it was, and you talk about our need to put human preferences in the center. How do you think we might design processes so that we are able to put the preferences of all people in the center, to try and have more equity in the process, rather than perhaps making assumptions of what people's preferences are now, which tends to be the way it is done. Do you have any ideas or thoughts around that?
Well, there's only about 2,500–3,000 years of research on that question for me to go over. So first of all, there's no particular reason why machines should give any greater weight to the preferences of one individual compared to another. In many cases, the decisions that these systems are going to be making are going to be somewhat local. And so for those kinds of decisions, it makes sense to pay attention to the preferences of those people who are going to be affected, and the preferences of other people won't factor into those kinds of decisions. But for global decisions, for example, decisions about having a global carbon tax or fixing the environment in a certain way. The preferences of everyone should be taken into account. And that gets you into these questions, utilitarianism, deontological theories of ethics. How do we make decisions on behalf of more than one person and do that in a fair way? I'm actually more optimistic about a refined version of utilitarianism that pays attention to the fact that every individual in the world doesn't just care about themselves. To a large extent, we do have preferences about the well-being of others. And when you factor all those into the calculation, and when you also factor in the fact that it's much more efficient from a utilitarian point of view to take any additional amount of resources that's available and give it to the person who is least well off, right? That is the utilitarian solution to distribution of resources, because it's for any given amount of resources, you get a greater increase in utility by giving it to the person who will benefit most from it, not the person who benefits least from it, which is the richest among us. So I don't pretend that this is a final answer, but whatever solutions the philosophers can come up with for decision-making on behalf of multiple individuals, those basic principles can be realized.
Great. Thank you so much, Stuart. Sabelo, we're moving on to you. Please, yep, it's right across to you.
Thank you so much, Arathi. It's a pleasure. I'd like to first begin with this question. What does it mean to be a human being? What does it mean to be a person? In other words, what are the qualities unique to humans and so important to human welfare that they deserve special recognition and protections? Right? All systems and institutions that are designed to maximize the quality and capacity of being human must answer, what does it mean to be a person in the very first place? I would even argue that our notions of human rights, our notions of government systems, economic systems, social systems, religious systems, they all derive from this very question, the question of personhood. And even so, artificial intelligence also derives from this fundamental question. Artificial intelligence has the underlying objective to match or surpass human thinking and ability. So it also must answer this question, what exactly does it mean to be human, to be a person? And this is the question, the central question of this conference, right? What it means to be a person and how AI is involved in that question. So here's some more questions to consider and to think about. One, has this question of personhood been answered? And if it has, who has answered that question? And by what authority or command have they answered this question? Are we satisfied with the answer? Are there other answers? Are there better answers? I would like to also throw this in. Yeah. Why do we want machines that can replicate human thinking and behavior? Have we exhausted human potential? Nevertheless, the prevailing definition of personhood that has shaped Western institutions for centuries and is also the philosophy underlying artificial intelligence is that to be human is essentially to be rational. Aristotle say that man is a rational animal. And it is also Descartes, the father of so-called modern philosophy, who say that I think, therefore I am. Again, emphasizing this idea of rationality as the essence of being. Immanuel Kant would later define rationality as sort of this essence of ethics. When the rules are rational, universally rational, then it's ethical. Again, rationality. Francis Bacon, the English philosopher, say that rationality would give us mastery over nature. That rationality would be this great equalizer. It would give the king and the peasant the same opportunities. That the human mind would free us all if we only would approach the world in a purely objective and rational way. Does that sound familiar? This is what artificial intelligence is also aiming at. Now, today, this is the idea of what I can sort of call mastery of bits, or the mastery of bytes. The idea that this mastery over the inefficiencies of society, the brokenness of society, that AI, that mastering, this technology, bytes and bits, will give us, the solutions to the issues that we're facing in society today. And all that is needed for this mastery is liberty, unrestrained, glorious individualism. Is this the answer? Now, I like the statement that Stuart said, that we cannot specify objectives completely and correctly, and that is true. But the reality is that the mathematicians, the logicians, the computer scientists, the philosophers behind artificial intelligence did not believe this, right? They were not exempt for this idea that we could approach the world in a purely rational and objective way. And even your question, when you're saying that, what people will be included in the values of AI, it speaks to this. These mathematicians, logicians, computer scientists, they were inspired by this idea of rationality. For example, Leibniz believed that a universal algebra could be created to represent every concept in such a way that you can compute the truthfulness of any statement. In the mind of Leibniz, you can solve any conflict. You could just, have a machine and plug in this language and then do some computations, and it'll say this person is correct and this person is not correct. This was an idea that was Leibniz was influenced by his predecessor, Ramon Llull, another mathematician and logician, who wanted to convert what he called infidels, Muslim infidels, into Christianity. So he, believing that humans are rational, he made this, or what's called this logic machine, this logic circle. The idea that he could take this machine that he created and he could rationally convert Muslims into Christianity because they would rationally see the truth of Christianity. This is the same thinking that inspired Leibniz. And so he believed that a machine could be created not only to just convert anybody, but to describe every conceivable concept in a way that is rational. Like many of Leibniz's contemporaries, thinking was computational. Thinking was mechanical. To them, it was all computation. Hobbes, who was admired by Leibniz, also believed this. The philosophers, many of them believed this. George Boole and other mathematicians, they continued to try to fulfill Leibniz's idea of some type of representation. Therefore, we have Boolean algebra, Boolean logic, trying to represent statements in a way that you can actually derive to some type of ground objective truth. Alan Turing would also say the same thing. He would say in his paper that was alluded to in 1950 that thinking was computational, and that through a process of education, right, a computer could be trained to achieve adult human brain. What this does is it helps to create the idea that technology is neutral, that it does the right and rational thing. And I'd even argue that in Russell's book, a rational agent is one that does the right thing, right? This is the most used text in computer science. Now, what does it mean to do the right thing? What does it mean for a rational agent to do the right thing? This has some type of moral and ethical connotations. Now, when we look at the state of inequality today, all I have to ask you, with the ongoing racial injustices, the high income inequality, does AI do the right thing, right? Do the systems that we have do the right thing? It is evident that the prevailing definition of personhood leaves out many. When we look at the historical record, colonialism, chattel slavery, anti-Black racism, the genocide of indigenous people, again, it is clear that the dominant definition of personhood has never been universal or applied universally. So is it a wonder today that artificial intelligence which shares the same historical and philosophical foundations, the same type of thinking. Is it a wonder today that it continues to exclude other human beings as these other systems that have excluded human beings for centuries? I don't think it's surprising. It's not a wonder. The Zulu philosopher and poet from South Africa, he gives us this warning. He says, a highly ethically advanced society does not need to be necessarily technologically advanced. Equally, a technologically advanced society does not automatically possess a high ethical level. High technology and ethics do not have to go together. In fact, they can actually go the opposite ways. They can go in the opposite directions. And so thinking that if we have better technology, better tools, better data, we'll have more ethical societies, more ethical outcomes is entirely flawed, right? The first president of Zambia, Kenneth Kaunda, says that, thinking about technology in general, he mentions that, is there a way that my people can have the blessings of technology without being eaten away by the materialism and losing the spiritual dimension from their lives? This is all to say that there is no amount of data or engineering that can solve moral dilemmas or tell us how to be ethical. Data will always be insufficient. To be ethical, instead, I would argue, is to include the other, is to include the marginalized, is to incorporate into larger community those who have been oppressed. This is because we are interconnected, and increasingly so through artificial intelligence. We can look at facial recognition. You can train a data set on another group, and the same data set could be used to facially recognize me. I may not be involved in that data set, but then the technology now applies to me as well. There are many examples like that. I would argue that our notion of personhood must reflect this interdependency, that our destinies are tied together. And it is when we transform from being simply purely biological, rational beings and become relational beings that we can have the world that we need today. In Ubuntu, the moral philosophy from South Africa, but which represents much of the African continent, personhood is relational. It is interconnected. A person is a person through other persons. It is through cooperation, not competition, that we become better and experience a higher quality and dignity of life. A life without inequality, extreme poverty, and without racial prejudice. It is by enriching the humanity of others that we enrich the humanity of ourselves. And the inverse is also true. When we reduce the humanity of others, we also, in that very same act, reduce our own humanity, our own personhood. In other words, we are inextricably interconnected. This is the nature of society. This is the nature of reality. When we respect these connections, and when we embrace them, and when we work towards them, we bring harmony into society and into this world. Ubuntu gives us equity. It gives us restoration. It gives us reconciliation. It gives us harmony and solidarity. These are the values that should be shaping and guiding our institutions today, and definitely shaping how we create and build AI systems today.
Thank you so much, Sabelo. That was deeply, deeply resonating on many levels, and a really nice sort of flow on from what Stuart was saying. I did wanted to ask you about Ubuntu a lot more, and how you see that. How would we actually reflect some of those? I'm not sure if this is going to come across as articulately as I would like, but how do we take these principles, these different moral ideas, this different ways of relating, whether it's Ubuntu or any other types of philosophy, and is that something that you think can be embedded in AI systems? Is it something that or is it far too complicated? I recognize why it may not necessarily have happened thus far, or not as progressively as we would have liked. But yeah, I mean, I'm interested in your thoughts about how that could actually. Do you see it as a pathway forward for us?
Well, it's beyond me that we can think that machines or mathematics can reveal the hiddenness and sacredness of the human being. That we can use machines to sort of, read who we are, and then use that to try to approach the world in a way that, helps all of us. Instead, we have to look into the relations. And there's several relations in the process of building AI. The first relation is between the people building the system, right? And between the technology itself, the relations between the system and the people that it affects, and the relationships between the people affected, how they view themselves, how they react to other people, how they react to themselves due to the system. So when we see the interconnected layers of relationships, we need to now find what is the best way to redistribute power in such a way that we can maximize social progress and social harmony, right? So how is power centered in the entire ecosystem, in the process of creation, in the creation and use of technology? Whose values are being observed, whose values are being served, who is being represented, in this whole process? What is their nature and the balance of this relationship, of the relationships, right? And so when we have a more holistic view and look at these, these interconnections of what I can call relationality, right? And when we observe those and we map them out and we look at the power distribution within those relations, I think only then can we start to find ways forward. But until we take that necessary step today, one, to understand this history behind AI, why we even think this way, why we even want a machine to help us make these decisions, right? When we tear that apart and get to the bottom of it and really examine that and question it and decide, is this the way we want to move forward, right? Once we do that very first basic and necessary step, right, to not accept the default status quo that this is how AI is and meant to be, that we should want a future where machines can think like us or even are better than us. As someone from an oppressed marginalized group, I know what it feels to have a system say they can think for you and they know what's good for you and know what's better for you. And so I can understand when some people don't have the same figures about technology or machines that can claim to have the same type of capacity. From my perspective, I don't understand why we're so focused on on these solutions, despite the other means we have today to redistribute wealth, to solve poverty, to increase education, to increase funding for marginalized groups, and other ways of inclusion, not more efficiency in tech or optimization, but other ways to include more people into the process. This is what we should be looking for, and I think that is the way forward, at least if I'm being authentic and genuine to the Ubuntu framework.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Sabelo. Tristan, really interested to hear from you now, and your thoughts and views.
Great, thank you, and thanks for having me. Maybe if they could just put on the slides. There we go. And my talk here are going to reflect a lot of the comments that have already been made. When we talk about putting humans at the center, and what will happen when AI takes over human strengths, and we think about when will AI ever rule the world, we talk about it as a hypothetical future. We talk about it as Terminator movies and things like that. But what I want to actually talk about is the way that this has already happened, that AI actually already runs our world. And to do that, I want to take us back to E.O. Wilson, who said that the real problem of humanity is that we have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. Waiting for that last one to go. And this is what E.O. Wilson said. And I want to hone in on those Paleolithic emotions, the fact that our nervous systems were evolved from very old structures on the savannah. And if you zoom into those Paleolithic emotions, when I was a kid, I was a magician. And magicians teach you, the discipline of magic teaches you that most people actually don't know their own emotions. They don't know their own minds' reasoning capacities. And it shows that there's actually universal backdoors, universal hacks, universal zero-day vulnerabilities to the human mind. And every place that we have one of these vulnerabilities and it's exploited, that we don't notice is a place where we've actually lost choice. And while we've all watched out for the moment when technology will actually overwhelm and overtake human strengths, this is when it's going to take our jobs. This is when it, takes takes over our society, the Terminator sort of effect. We miss this much earlier point when technology actually overwhelms human weaknesses. And that point, I want to argue, has already been crossed. And when you cross over that point, that's when you take control. The quick sort of initial Marshall Islands of that effect is when technology crossed the line of our human cognitive limits. That's when we feel a problem like information overload. When technology crossed the line of our, waiting for it to load here, dopamine system, we feel a problem called addictive use. When technology crosses our social validation, we feel that as mass narcissism. When technology crosses our weakness for confirmation bias, that our brains, it feels good for our brains to get information that affirms our existing beliefs than to go against our beliefs, we feel that as a problem called fake news. And when technology crosses our outrage and it manipulates our emotions for outrage, we feel that as a problem called political polarization. And when technology crosses the line for trust, when it hacks the foundations of how our minds figure out what's true or trustworthy, we feel that as a problem called bots and deepfakes. So all these seemingly different problems on the right that we're actually seeing right now are actually reflected by one problem. And it's the kind of checkmate of human control over society. Because our minds are jacked into services like Facebook, YouTube, et cetera, where more than 3 billion people on a daily basis, especially in the COVID times, are stuck at home looking at reality through these very simple services. And I want to argue that when technology takes control of our information environment, it takes control of humanity. So let's actually see a practical example of how that worked. So back in 2017, when Mark Zuckerberg was starting to get a lot of pressure about how Facebook might have had some problems with the 2016 election, radicalization around the world, they actually changed the mission statement from making the world more open and connected to saying we're going to bring the world closer together. And so the way we're going to do that, he said, is we started building artificial intelligence to suggest groups for people to join, because Facebook groups are going to be a great way to bring the world closer together. And so he said it works. In the first 6 months, our group recommendation system helped 50% more people join meaningful communities. So what does that look like? Well, that means that if you were a new mom and you're sitting there as a brain and you're looking at a new mom support Facebook group, so this is like if you had a baby and you're getting trading tips, et cetera, it had to figure out, well, what are likely groups that would be engaging for you to join? Meaning if I got you to engage with this group, you'd be coming back very often. And all it knows is correlations, that moms who tend to be in this group also tend to engage very highly in this other group. And what was the group that it recommended? It recommended anti-vaccine conspiracy theory groups for moms. And of course, once you joined anti-vaccine conspiracy theory groups for moms, what did it recommend after that? Well, that was correlated with things like Pizzagate, or more recently, 5G conspiracy theories and coronavirus. And so AI, by controlling the information environment, has actually been steering the world into more and more radicalizing beliefs in a very practical way. Now anti-vaccination is now a top 10 global health threat as predicted by the World Health Organization. And of course, you might be thinking, well, that might be some, vulnerable people out there who, are easy to manipulate, but that's not me, or that doesn't affect me. I don't even use social media. I don't even use YouTube. The point is that you didn't have to be on social media to be part of the Rohingya minority group in Myanmar that, due to fake news spread by the the Myanmar government, where there was only 4 Burmese fact checkers for Facebook in a population of more than 7 million people at the time who were on Facebook. The people of color and discriminized communities tend to get the worst of this process. And you didn't have to be on Facebook to feel the impact of that. Or in Nigeria, where fake news has actually led to many people dying. The example was there was a baby's bloodied corpse, cracked skull, and bodies that were images of this were quickly spread across Facebook feeds in Nigeria. And in retribution, several people got out of their car and took this other group, the Fulani, and killed at least 10 people. Those 10 people didn't have to be on Facebook to be affected by these consequences. Or if you look at the example of Bolsonaro being elected in Brazil, due to fake news, which was incredibly prevalent in the run-up to the election. And people say actually elected Bolsonaro. You can find videos online of his cheerleaders saying, Facebook, Facebook, sort of saying that Facebook actually led to his election. And when that leads to the Amazon rainforest getting deforested because he endorses that, you didn't have to be on Facebook to be a citizen of humanity that's affected by wiping out the carbon sinks of the world in the Amazon rainforest. So Facebook and these services actually already run the world, because if they run our information systems, they run our voting systems, they run whether other people get vaccinated, they run whether there is violence in our streets. And so how can we keep how can we keep our humanity at the center when this process is happening? To do that, we have to we can only do that if we know ourselves well enough. Specifically, if we know ourselves well enough to distinguish between human values and human vulnerabilities. Facebook and the other companies will often claim that they're holding up a neutral mirror to society. You already had those racial divisions in your society. You already had those minority groups in your society. They're just holding up a mirror, but they're not, because they're holding up a funhouse mirror, a distorted mirror that tends to amplify the things that worked for manipulating human vulnerabilities and preying on the deep, soft underbelly of our hatred, our fear, our anxiety, our emotions, instead of actually trying to help us. So that's the kind of vision for how we keep humane technology at the center, is we have to actually distinguish between human values and human vulnerabilities. I'll just leave it there.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That was brilliant. If I might just ask a follow-up on that. When we talk about human values, do you find yourself in your work, Tristan, and I'm guessing I'm building on what Sabelo was saying about whose human values get embedded in that, and how do we understand how values are so nuanced and different in different groups, and you know, what are our safeguard measures, or the way we check ourselves when we're working to take a state, you know, to do that, whose human values get prioritized?
Yeah. Well, what I find interesting about these examples is theoretically Facebook is providing an interface to people, recommending groups. They're actually saying, hey, it's up to you to choose. So it's not like they're saying, colonially speaking, like, we are choosing for you. Theoretically, they're asking people to choose for themselves. Which groups do you want to join? But that's that false choice, because they're not making a distinction between, for example, just last week, in the United States, there was someone who killed someone in Oakland, California, here where I'm from, because they were recommended Boogaloo groups. I don't know if you know Boogaloo, but it's the code name for sort of the Civil War II movement in the United States. And theoretically, they were sort of offering people this choice, saying, what do you want? And they were giving people what they wanted. But wanted, so far as it's a click, is not the same. So I think we have to be really thoughtful about, we don't actually have interfaces or answers to how we design technology in a way that says something deeper than a click. And there are many people who, even if they meditated on a mountain for an hour, they might come back to you and say, I want, to still go after that other minority group in my country because I don't like them. So we have to be really thoughtful about how do we privilege sort of communitarian and social fabric values and not just even the individual's values. It really poses some fundamental questions that I don't think we know how to answer yet. But what's most important is that this is actually running the world right now. Literally, this election in this country will be decided by this force.
Yep. I really like that you've sort of said it out loud. We don't know these answers because it is a journey for all of us. I often get worried when people are passing themselves off as the experts just because we're in such complex times. It's a perfect segue to our final panelist, Tenzin. Thank you for your patience and sticking with us so beautifully. Over to you for your thoughts and ideas and hopes.
It was illuminating to hear all the fellow panelists, and I'm used to repeating certain viewpoints because I do believe humans suffer from perpetual amnesia. But given that it was a short time span, I'll try to refrain from repeating things. But let me begin by saying that not all aspects of humanity are worth preserving. Meaning that it's a fake romanticization to think that all aspects of humanity are actually good. And that they are worth preserving, or that they should dictate, how we sort of write algorithms and so on. However, there's a fundamental sort of basic principle that allows humanity to flourish in certain ways, and one of those basic principles is the principle of harming. So non-harming, meaning even non-violence or not harming the other, is sort of the minimalist principle that we hope that humanity can operate out of. However, the flourishing part does not from restrain or refraining. There's a value to abstinence. There's a value to learning how to restrain, which we as individuals or as society haven't learned very well. But at the same time, there's also this aspect of virtue cultivation, meaning that what are the kinds of qualities, virtuous aspects of humanity that we would like to see amplified: empathy, compassion, that we largely believe that these kinds of values, if they are amplified in society, it would make for perhaps a better world. It would perhaps make for a more sort of humane conditions, so to speak. Now, let's be clear. We humans don't very well understand how to be ethical. We are still struggling in our own ethical imagination. We are still struggling to learn how we make better ethical decisions. We have experimented with rule-based systems. We have experimented with the legality of legal frameworks. But we have also seen larger loopholes in those legal frameworks and how we sort of exploit legal framework to our own advantage. In the absence of a good algorithm for humans to learn about ethical framing, it's quite difficult to think about how to replicate it for machine learning platforms, how to even sort of begin thinking about what would look like beyond just the true and false sort of statements in machine learning systems. So the challenge is that humanity is a work in progress. We are still evolving, trying to understand what would a better human society look like? What would a better human species look like? Nonetheless, with the advent of this particular form or subset of technology, we are forced to sort of begin this new framing of juxtaposition of human species versus machine learning systems. And one of the key things, again, is that when we ask about control mechanisms, are we asking about control mechanisms based on the primitive master-slave dialectic that has driven much of our institutional and society building? Because if the whole idea of control is driven by master-slave dialectic, even passively, we would be happy with just simply creating machine systems, AI systems, that it does not mean that humans will be better off. It does not imply that machines would actually, create more wholesome societies. So this is, again, something that we need to kind of deeply reflect on, and I have been sort of calling for more radical honesty my colleagues in machine learning systems. Let me just put it this way, that when I think of hope and humanity, Wall Street and Silicon Valleys are not the place where I readily look for those kinds of messaging. That we have gotten very good at virtue signaling. We have gotten very good at creating a mess and then doing the virtue signaling that, no, we are deeply thinking about human flourishing. We are deeply thinking about the well-being of humanity. But it simply becomes like talking heads. And that is sort of, one of the biggest challenges of a society that we live in today with too much virtue signaling that's happening left and right of us. And simple things like, for years now in machine learning, especially with facial recognition systems, the implementation of machine learning algorithms in judicial systems, and so on, that for the longest time, people have been calling out on building data sets based on biases. You see, building data sets that are simply perpetuating, again, part of humanity, which is the human biases and so on. It takes something of the intensity of Black Lives Matter for somebody like Microsoft or Amazon to put a statement out in public to say, oh, we will not sell our facial recognition system to law enforcement agencies. That it takes something of that intensity for companies to even recognize the fallacy of the implementation of these technologies and how destructive the usage of these things can be in a social context that we live in. Now, the thing is that were these things not visible prior to matter when social scientists and others were proposing this idea? You see, so this is again the thing of virtuous signaling, that we see a violent protest, and then it becomes a PR campaign that, oh, now people are going to come after us, so we are not going to sell these particular forms of technology. But, somebody else will, you see. And because somebody else will, we cannot stop them in this capacity. So these are the things that I think we need to sort of deeply think and reflect about, in terms of AI and machine learning systems are here to stay. Simply to think about, what kind of regulations we are going to put into place once the deployment happens and so on, is too late in the game. As I've often suggested, that our CTOs of the country are generally 10 to 15 years behind emerging technology. You see, meaning that the regulations that we are thinking about are generally 10 to 15 years behind. By the time we agree to put a regulation in place, time has already passed and damage has already been done. And, it used to be a romantic notion of saying we humans learn from mistakes, you see. But at some point, we have to recognize that the scales of these mistakes, they are so large that they would do some permanent damage to society that we might not actually recover from. So there's some level of wisdom to start thinking about putting ethical principles, even from the point of inception, even from the point of design inception, when we are thinking about these kinds of technologies. And I think that's where the strength of humanity comes into place. What is the intention with which we are creating or designing these forms of technologies? So maybe I'll take a pause here, because we can go on forever, but perhaps we can have some conversation. And one thing, again, just as a thing, is that we have taken a reduction to a lot of things, especially when it comes to what kind of values will be reflected in machine learning algorithms and so on. And realistically, for these things to be put into place, we have to take a reductionist approach. But we have to actually ask ourselves, is it even worth doing it? Simply, if we have to reduce the notion of what it means to be human, to design a technology, is it truly worth it? And what are the costs associated with it? And that's something I think that we should deeply reflect on. So perhaps I'll take a pause.
Tenzin, I have more questions than I think time will allow me to ask. But I've also just been buzzed and said, we've only got 5 minutes left. So I want to stop asking questions, and I kind of want to open it up to everybody in our last, and hopefully maybe we can squeeze in more than 5 minutes. But immediate reactions to each other's points of view. Perhaps maybe, I'm just going to open it up and see who wants to jump in first.
Sure, I guess I'll start. I think this has been a great conversation, because I think we've seen 4 different people coming from 4 different places, pretty much agreeing with each other, and saying we have to do something that's very substantially different. I think part of the responsibility lies with the technology companies, but there is a very significant onus on government to do something. I think there are billions of people saying, protect us. And governments so far have been completely unwilling to listen, and are saying, giving the technology companies free rein to do whatever they want to our society and our world. So I really think we have to start putting down some flags on behalf of the human race, and saying there are some things we are not willing to put up with. And let me just propose a very simple one, that there should be a right for a human being to know whether they are communicating with another human being or with a machine. Just that. Let's take that one flag, plant it in the sand, and say this is what this is the first opening move in the chess game between humanity and technology.
We've got a question here that's been posed, and I'm just going to read it out. Beneath all technology lies an ideology. If that ideology is unethical, then any technology created under that ideology will be unethical and inhumane. The question is therefore neoliberal ideology ethical?
I can.
If I may. Sorry, Sabelo. Do you want to go first?
Sorry, Sabella.
I can allow my brother to go first. I'll follow.
I think if I have to say something, I would say Ubuntu principle is perhaps better suited for ethical framing. Google is neoliberal. Are they ethical? Probably not so much. The issue again is that we have to be careful about virtue signaling. Of these movements become very good at virtue signaling, marketing, and packaging of certain things. And talking about ethics is not ethical.
Sabelo, over to you.
I just wanted to answer, is a neoliberal ideology ethical? I can point to Kwame Nkrumah, the first president of Ghana, who came up with the term neo-colonization, right? This idea that being colonized is still happening even today, despite the political colonization. We still have systems of coloniality, systems of colonization still happening today. And I don't think those are ethical. One is obvious and it's apparent due to the inequality that it creates. But something to really underline is that, the philosopher, I believe it was Hobbes who was saying that, capitalism will create what he calls the penurious rebel, extreme poverty. And so in order for Europeans to avoid this state of poverty, he felt that they should colonize the African continent and other parts of the world. And so if you go to the inception of, of these systems, inequality was already present. It was already foreseen, and they still decided to pursue those systems, right? And then even behind those systems, what even gives us the idea that we should have this free market where rational agents can make rational decisions without any type of framework? Again, this follows from the idea that, well, to be a person is fundamentally to be rational. And so let's allow the rational person, or man, if I'm more specific, to have the necessary freedom to do whatever they want. And when we lead from that foundation, we have these inequalities. So no, it is not ethical. It is unethical. We know this in the global south. We know this in the African continent. Yet we still push these systems.
I can add just one extra thing there.
Yes, please, Tristan. I was actually going to turn to you, but yes.
Just in the neoliberal model, I mean, the fundamental issue here is in capitalism, in neoliberal capitalism, so long as a whale is worth more dead than alive and a tree is worth as dead lumber than as a tree, in the attention capitalism model, sort of a human being is worth more if they're addicted, distracted, outraged, polarized, and disinformed than if they're a human being. That's the fundamental problem. And this system of neoliberal thinking externalizes harm into other people's balance sheets while commoditizing private profit and putting the harm on someone else. And that's another form of the colonialism that's been discussed here already so eloquently.
I wanted to make a big correction. It's not. It's
yes,
actually a hateful philosophy.
I think we're at time, so I just want to throw out one last question to all of you. Often when we have these conversations, we come away feeling more anxious. As Stuart said, there's 4 of you coming from very different perspectives and backgrounds, and sort of coming and saying very similar points. Should we have a dim view of our humanity's future, or should we be hopeful? It's a broad question, and I'm asking this considering that overall most of us are feeling very high levels of anxiety and tension, at this point in time. So I just want to, I guess, leave that question with you to hear maybe some final reflections from all of you.
I think in order to continue thinking and operating in this world, we need to maintain an infectious sense of optimism, because the alternate to being hopeful is not very useful in our day-to-day operations. But at the same time, we need to be realistic that we contribute as much to the cause of personal and social despair than simply blaming others that they're causing as much as this. But I think it's we have to start thinking of hope as a game changer. It's not a sort of a fluffy state of mind.
I can also add to that and say that the very etymology of Ubuntu literally means becoming a person or being a person. So we're always evolving and we're always becoming better in response to the question of what it means to be human. And we become better by how we interact and how we respond to the human needs that we all have. And so there is hope. And it's why in Zulu we say Umuntu akalahlwa. No one is beyond redemption. There's always hope. There's always restoration if everybody's willing to work together earnestly and committedly to advance the welfare of everyone. So there is hope, but we need to fight for it and we need to work towards it.
Thank you. Any final thoughts, Stuart or Tristan?
So I'm a fundamentally optimistic person, but as you say, this is a time when you do have to wonder. Overall, I think people are well-meaning, but when so many people are living in a different world, a world that doesn't exist, but they believe it exists because of the information that they are being fed, that creates a factor in the evolution of our society that cannot be a good one. So I think the sooner we can change that particular situation, the better our chances of having a future.
Thank you, Stuart. And Tristan, any final thoughts from you?
I don't know if I have something more optimistic to add, because I actually tend to be kind of a pessimistic person when I look at many of the trend lines that are facing us as a society. But I will say that we interviewed Christiana Figueres, who negotiated the Paris Climate Accords, for our podcast recently. And she had the really brilliant point that when she was asked, and she was running the Climate Accords back in the 2009 summit, I think, and she was asked, do you believe that we will get a climate agreement in our lifetime? And her immediate thought, before even hesitating, was just absolutely not. And then when she realized that she was believing that, she realized that there's no way she can negotiate on behalf of everybody else if she herself didn't believe that it was possible. And that was about, I think, 6 years before she did the Paris Climate Accords and successfully got 195 countries to agree. And so I take that as a model, as what Tenzin and others have already shared, that we need a hopefulness as sort of a utilitarian part of our capacity to deal with these problems.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. This was an amazing, intellectually rigorous, emotionally thoughtful, if that's the word, panel. Thank you so much, Stuart, Tristan, Tenzin, Sabelo, for leaning in and really giving your head and your heart to the discussion. Thank you to our participants who've been listening and watching, and to the SNF Foundation for giving us this platform to talk about these issues. You've been listening to Humanity and AI, Can We Keep Humanity at the Center? And I'm now going to hand back to Anna for the next session. Thank you very much. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
In the previous two panels, we were privileged to hear from some of the world's foremost experts on the complex challenges and questions that the rise of AI posits for the future of humanity. It is typical that such conversations usually never seek the perspective of young people, who are the ones that are going to be impacted the most in the future from such radical changes and developments discussed in this forum today. That's the case with climate change, and it is certainly the case with humanity and AI. To challenge such a conventional approach, we have asked two representatives of the younger generation, Elise Drakopoulos and Hypatia Fafalios, to discuss their thoughts, fears, and dreams. Andreas Drakopoulos, SNF co-president, and Francesca Rossi, AI ethics global leader at IBM, will join them in conversation. Over to you.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, in whichever place you happen to be. First of all, I want to say thank you and welcome to Francesca, Hypatia, and Elise. For those who put one and one together, you can figure out Elise is my daughter, so usually I'm not very nervous, but I'm more nervous than usually, but I'll be okay. So, as Anna said, you've heard some very interesting panels. And I think there are a lot of issues, a lot of challenging issues around us. And yes, as we have said before, we want and we need the youth to engage. It's a bit throwing them into the deep, but it's exciting. And I want to say that this panel was actually the first one that was created for this conference, and it all happened very, very fast. And it happened thanks to Hypatia, who sent me a video that she made that we're all going to share. And let's do that, and then I'll give a few more short remarks, and then it's up to Hypatia and Elise as representing the youth, and Francesca being an expert in ethics and AI. Just to say also many congratulations to Francesca, because she's the new president-elect of the AAAI, which means the Association for the Advancement of Artificial Intelligence. So well done, Francesca, and many congratulations. So let's watch the video, and then we are back. It's a very short one.
I am one of the many who are part of a generation where technology has skyrocketed. The word internet itself is short for interconnected network, and as stated in the name, it is an amazing source for people all over the world to be connected with others. With the ever-growing world of technological innovation, we are losing human touch to escape to another world of infinite possibilities, a world where you can hide behind a mask, a world which consumes your time and your energy to the point that you look in the mirror and you don't recognize the zombie staring back at you. We are creating a society that not only values devices as a central part of life, but we allow it to take over our relationships. To think that the internet only came about in the public eye in 1990, and now our generation has become autonomous and reliant on our phones and the internet is unbelievable. When concepts are released so quickly, the consequences are usually not considered before, and therefore the laws are not released prior. When social media was released, the companies had not foreshadowed the effects. Thus, laws were only released over 5 years later. This did not undo the horrific amount of teen suicides related to cyberbullying. This time period where no laws are in place is a Wild West period, where pretty much anything and everything goes, and the consequences are the price one pays. Gaming is a prime example of an online escape. You can be who you want, do what you want, with what you want, exactly how you want it, in your own idyllic fantasy world. Experimenting with tech can be like diving into an unknown body of water. More often than not, you dive straight into the deep end, not knowing what lies beneath the surface. But by the time you realize the reality, it's too late to come up for air. The original video games and arcade games were purely centered around scoring points or killing the enemy. Not too many years on, we have three-dimensional, photorealistic, virtual reality, augmented reality, and because of this, there are many theories suggesting that soon, video game characters and worlds will become so realistic that it'll be a struggle to differentiate between the real world. In very little time, we have gone from having nothing to everything in the technological world. We cannot reverse the creation. We cannot predict the future. Who knows where this reaches an end? Will it ever? I consider the technological field the most important in our generation, and for that reason, I would love to be involved in that industry.
So again, thank you, Ipatia. You're the creator of this panel. What I was stuck with, and then I'll let Francesca take over. What I was stuck with was that usually we worry about what I call the supply of technology, meaning all these big companies, all these big providers of content, of the way to do it, and we worry about them. I think it's a good opportunity here to focus on the demand side, on the youth, the people who actually use technology. And what I was stuck with, that you really you see the upside, but you also question the downside, which I think is very important. And the most powerful change and effect can come from the users, from the demand, and it's the young people who can actually do that. So, Francesca, would you like to take over a bit?
Well, I mean, I would like mostly Ipatia and Elise to say what they feel about the technology. I mean, what I liked about this video is that it shows that yes, there is concern, there is unknown, there is uncertainty, but there are also, as was mentioned at the beginning, yes, there are fears, but also dreams, because the video ends with Ipatia saying, I would love to be part of that technology world, so to build the future, So to me, it's important to understand, so the fears, but also the dreams, because it's by knowing what the dreams are that we can have a polar star that can tell us where we should take the technology in the future. So in the fears, in the video, I saw fears of these fake reality. So, I mean, not reality, I mean the people that think that living in the real world may be too difficult, interacting with real people, it may be too complex, and so they go into the virtual world because it's much easier. You can have a mask, you can have a filter, whatever, and the fear also that of the speed of the technology, and because of this very high speed, then it's not easy. There is not enough time to evaluate the consequences of making certain technological choices. So I would like Ipatia and then Elise as well to tell us what are their dreams and their fears as well, so that those can be taken into consideration by whoever produces AI right now and for the future.
Well, firstly, thank you so much for having me today. It's a really big honor. And I'm really glad that, Francesca, you managed to grasp exactly what I was trying to put forward with my video, that I'm not anti-technology at all. As I said, I'd love to be involved in that industry. I'm merely trying to open the eyes of people of my generation and anyone who comes into contact with technology, that there's a fine line between having a good relationship with technology and allowing it to take over your life. And I was just wondering if I could put a question out there, because I was thinking that artificial intelligence can almost be a bit misleading when you hear that it's artificial, because we are in contact with it so much that it's becoming more and more human. And we, because we're in contact with it so much, are becoming less and less human. Therefore, the line between online life and real life, you can often get confused between what's real and what's not. And the line between artificial intelligence and real life can often get blurred. And I was wondering if you had any advice as to how we can make sure that we monitor this and we keep online life and real life separate, because the human touch, even though many of my peers may feel that they're more connected with someone that they've met online and they've only spoken to online through gaming or whatever else, human touch is a basic need. As much as we like to avoid this and think that technology can fulfill all of our needs, it cannot give us what other humans can. And I was wondering if you had any advice as to how we can keep this monitored and not allow it to take over.
I mean, I think that more than giving advice, I would like to, it's difficult for me to understand a generation, the feeling of a generation that grew up within this technological world, while in some sense I saw the increasing, use of the technology. But when I was a kid, I didn't have much technology in my life. So I saw this growing, but I remember what it is to live without technology, to go out with, the other little kids in the street, to play, in my case, I don't know, it was with some dolls or whatever. But so I remember what it was, but I feel that now this new generation does not have that experience. So that's why for them maybe it's so blurred, like interacting online with somebody or interacting in real life. I mean, they don't really understand the difference, and I fear that out of laziness, they may prefer, the online interaction where, again, you have filters, you can decide when to start, when to stop, what to say, you can edit what you say, which you cannot do in an in-person a relationship where you say things and then you regret and then you make mistakes. But that's very important for a person to become really a person, right? But again, I cannot really grasp well what it means for a generation that does not remember what it is to make mistakes with people and be okay with that. Elise, what do you think about this relationship with the technology?
I think especially now after coronavirus and quarantine and all, we've become so much more reliant on technology in general. Because when we were in quarantine, I guess everything became electronic and online, like schools. People spent their days playing video games on their phones. So I think that kind of has helped further blur the lines between, I guess, in real life experiences and like in technological experiences. And now I guess people have seen that they can be reliant on just technology and not as much on human touch. So I guess in the future, that might just further blur the lines between like technology and humanity. And I guess I'm interested to see how that turns out.
So you're saying that this period where we have all been just interacting online with other people, even at this conference, we're not in Athens right now, we cannot go out to the Plaka together and eat a moussaka, we have to be on Skype and interact only online. So, but you're saying that you think that people will get used to that kind of interaction, and or the opposite? You feel that people say, okay, I'm tired of just online interaction. I really want to have a in-person relationship. You think more of the first one, probably?
Well, I'm not entirely sure yet. I think we'll have to just wait it out and see. I think it might honestly be a mixture of both. I think, like, for me personally, I spend a lot of time on my phone, but I just miss like talking to my friends and seeing them in person. So I think once I'm able to see my friends, I'm going to spend much more time outside seeing them in person. But I think there could be some people who are so used to using their phones and so used to using electronic devices for practically everything that they might just start being much more reliant on these technological devices.
I think as a follow-up question on that, and I've had some discussion, and I wanted to ask both Elise and Epatia. Elise lives in New York, Epatia lives in London. You both had to do what is called e-education now. So the question would be, so you've seen the real school, and you saw for a few months now, you've seen so-called e-education, doing it online. Which of the two do you prefer? If you had to make a choice, and it was either or for the remaining of your school life, which of the two would you rather have if it was either or?
I mean, for me personally, it's an easy answer. I can say real school 100%. I think that I'm lucky because the school that I go to is already it's a no paper school. It's very technology orientated, but I don't think it's so much about the accessibility of textbooks and things like that that's going to make the difference between e-school and online and real school. I think the main difference is the interaction between student and child and between different students and inter-student and inter-grade relationships, because subconsciously you see so many people, different grades, different teachers who you may not even have a class with, but you learn things from them every day. You learn things from talking to people and through sharing experiences. And I did a debate when I was younger discussing whether robots could replace teachers, and children, teenagers, adolescents, all are the most unpredictable people. They cannot create, not self-conscious, so they're going to come up with things that are original. And I think that if you're influenced by other people like that, you'll learn a lot more than just by sitting behind a screen listening. It's often the unexpected that teaches us more than just what's on the textbook. And I think that the relationship between teachers, I mean, this is putting all the technical issues to the side, but I think that the actual relationship and the communication between people is a massive part of school that we can't forget, and that's why I would favor real life
Elise,
schools.
do you agree with that?
I definitely agree. Real school was a lot better in my opinion, because I guess for me also the best part of school is during breaks when you get to see your friends and just interacting with people in general. And also behind screens, I find it harder to learn because in school, if you're confused or behind, it's so much easier to interact with teachers and ask them more personal questions and just engage with them more. And that just helps your learning. But behind the screen, it's so much harder. There's a shorter time. It's just really hard to communicate.
So basically, humanity gets 2 votes, technology gets 0. That's a good start. Just a quick follow-up.
But wait, Andreas, I think that there is a space for technology to support whatever teachers and students need to do, like to help them with new sources of information and knowledge, that they can then share also in person. So I think that.
And I said, what if you had to choose? But you're absolutely right. And I think the whole thing goes within the overall umbrella of the conference, and also next year, humanity and artificial intelligence, how they can both work together. I was trying to put it as an extreme example. If you had to choose, which one would you go for? And I'm very happy to hear that. But just as a very quick follow-up, take it away now. Take it for the weekend. So the weekend comes. And again, you have the ability to play with your phones, to stay home, to do all these Snapchats and whatever, TikToks and all these things. Or you can go out like we used to do, Francesca and I, when we were your age. We used to wait for the weekend. It was our only real chance to get together with our friends. And we would go to have, grab something to eat or go to a movie. So you have the chance not to do both. It's my impression that in practical terms, you end up preferring technology than getting together. So if you had, again, an extreme example, an extreme thing that you had to actually choose. So it will mean you will always be at home on the weekends and you can connect with everybody through the phones, etc. But the or is a big one. You would give up all these devices and just be able to go out with your friends, go to movies, hang out, etc. Again, either or, which one would you choose? It's not a real question because, as we know, they work together. But if you had to really choose, like you did for the education part, you said you'd rather go to school. So on the weekends, what would you rather do?
I mean, for me personally, I feel the main reason that I use technology is so that I can connect with my friends. If I'm gaming, it's very rare that I'll be gaming by myself. It will be on a voice call with other friends. And when I go out with my friends, we don't use our phones. We don't game. I mean, occasionally to play music or something like that, we may use our phones. But if I'm hanging out with my friends, then definitely technology, we won't realize if it's not there. We won't be on Instagram or Snapchat or even TikTok. I mean, I think TikTok, it's a clever name because when I use it, I definitely lose track of time. And I think it's very well catered to teenagers because I can speak from experience. I'm not going to generalize, but I think that teenagers tend to have very short attention spans. So the short 15-second videos are very alluring to teenagers, and if you get bored, you just skip to the next one. Time flies. You don't realize how much time you're actually spending using the app. And this can apply to Instagram or Facebook or anything else. However, you cannot compare the feeling you get through watching your favorite influencers than to the actual feeling you get of laughter and having fun with your friends. So I definitely would choose seeing my friends any day, I think, personally.
Yeah, I agree again with that because, like Ipatia was saying, I mainly use my phone now, especially to FaceTime my friends or Snapchat them and just to interact with them because I can't see them. So I guess, and just like Ipatia, whenever I go out with them, I don't really use my phone nearly as much as inside. So I much more enjoy interacting with people in person. It's so different from like FaceTiming someone because it's a different, I don't know, it's a different environment. You're not seeing them in person. It's harder to communicate and engage with each other.
Yeah, Andreas, I think that there is this, the reason why I say we in general, we spend time on this social media rather than maybe going out with friends in person, is because we don't have this feeling that is either always like that or always like that. So we say, oh, that can be postponed. I can do it tomorrow. I can go out with my friends tomorrow. So now let me continue going on this new speed that is infinite. And as Ipatia says, you don't even realize how much time you spend because it never ends. It's not that it shows you 10 things and then you have to do something to see the next 10. It's just continuous and infinite. So that's the reason I think you may remember when you were going out pre-COVID situation. If you look in the streets, tell me if you saw one person not looking at the phone. Only people that really have a very very engaging conversation with the friend that they are with. But otherwise, everybody else is looking at the phone and not making telephone calls. So there is this habit again that, as Ipatia says in the video, we are, even if each single individual does not realize how the consequences of these very fast disruptive changes in our everyday life, and not just to society, but really just to individual lives. So I hope that the COVID situation made everybody realize what we really miss in this period and what is really important for us. I think that's a great opportunity to say, okay, I like technology, but how do I want this technology to be present in my life? What do you want it to be used for? Because yes, it was always there was always time to be with my friends, but actually at some point I realized that I could not, even if I wanted, for 3-4 months. I couldn't be, so there was no time. So I see that they gave us some question. Maybe we should look at the question, Andrea.
Yeah, I see what's something that older generations don't. that you wish they would about using technology.
Yes, that's good. That's for Ipatia and Lisa, because we are the older generation, especially me. Yes.
I mean, for me personally, as Francesca, you said at the beginning, we've grown up with technology. We haven't really seen it evolve as much as you both have in your lifetime. You've seen it go from nothing to everything so quickly. We've arrived in the part where it's basically, well, I wouldn't say it's its peak because we don't know where it's going to stop, but where it's really a main focus in our lives. And I think that this is why some people may, because we rely so heavily on it. But I think that something that older generations don't understand is that technology can sometimes be considered a bit of a subconscious coping mechanism. For example, if you're out and you don't want to speak to someone, you'll find many teenagers holding their phone, looking at their phone, but doing absolutely nothing on the phone, just swiping, just so that they don't have to talk, they don't have to say something. It could be how many hours you spend.
Many grown-ups do the same. Yeah, just for you to know, many grown-ups do the same, so don't worry about that.
No, but I want to understand. I mean, this is a very good question because, for example, when you are discussing around, when I go to meetings and I discuss about AI ethics, either within IBM or externally, there are some, usual list of topics that and main concerns that. And I feel that by talking to you, by looking at your video, these are not your main concerns. So, for example, one of the main concerns is that the technology can make biased decisions, can make discriminations because the data are biased and so on. Another concern is the technology is a black box that can't explain why it makes certain decisions, and then people don't trust the technology because they don't understand how the output comes out from the input. Another concern is the use of personal data and the privacy considerations. But I don't feel that those are your concerns. You have more existential kind of concerns that have to do with these blurred lines between artificial and real life, right?
Well, I do think that is also a concern for our generation because I think mistrust is quite a large factor when it comes to technology because things like targeted advertising, they're trying to make it clear that the customer's interest is our best interest and whatever you want, we want for you. We want to help you get there as quickly and as efficiently and as ethically as possible. But I find that the ethics of a company, an online company, is not necessarily their main focus. It's more what they can get away with to be able to increase their amount of customers and sell their products and put it under a bubble and claim this is all ethical by embedding it in terms and conditions and something like that. So I think that it can be quite an issue when you think about how many people, you don't have a choice whether you update your phone or you agree to terms and conditions if you want to use certain things. So I think that it can be a worry. Am I signing up for something that I really don't know the dangers of? But people in our generation have become fair. Well, we're not going to go there until we get there. We'll tick the terms and conditions, and if something bad happens, that's future me's problem. That we're going to have to deal with it through making mistakes. And I think something like that can lead to a lot of mistrust with technology, and that it's in my mind quite a lot sometimes.
Elise, what are your concerns?
I mean, no, I definitely agree with that because I know in the terms of conditions, it's like always very long and I always skip it like a lot of other people. And yeah, I just like you at the end, if there's something, I guess future me will have to worry about it. But I guess there's just so many different things that like different companies could add in there that they know and people will just skip it. But all they really care about is just selling it out and getting people to use their technology. So they kind of just put the ethical issues in a place where they know people won't really look at. So it's much more about like selling and I guess gaining money rather than like ethical issues.
And I think to turn the question a bit around, what we older people don't understand about the young people sometimes is how we used to deal with privacy. How we really worried about privacy, and now because, as you explained it, you don't even think about it. So you say, who cares? Everything goes to the cloud. So it's interesting how the whole notion of like privacy was dealt with in our generation and how it's dealt now. Although in a way it's being quote unquote imposed on you not to care about it because everything is basically in the cloud. And as you say, terms and conditions and cookies, you just go yes, 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 so you can get to your game or to your thing. So it's an interesting issue, which I think goes very deep into the whole ethical issue, Francesca, of the whole technology industry. And we were saying in the first panel yesterday, we talk about ethics of AI, and I mentioned the fact that there are still people today behind AI. There are still people who actually, make up the whole products and everything. So the ethics of AI at this point is still the ethics of the people who are behind developing. And what I worry about a bit is that in a few years, maybe they won't need to have people behind. So where does ethics go there? So this is more a question for you, but I think it's very important for Ipatia and Elise and the young generation to don't just put it aside. You have to, as you're getting older, start worrying a bit about where will this whole ethical question go. And I know sometimes when you're young, ethics, you say, okay, fine, just check the box and go. But at some point, you're going to have to fight that battle. And Francesca will be your good advisor.
Yes, hopefully so. But yeah, I agree that yes, these are important. The privacy aspect is very important. For example, especially now, in the COVID contact tracing apps that are built by many different companies, and they may collect. To do this contact tracing, they may collect information that may be personal and or other kinds of information, but in general, even without thinking at a very important and crisis like the COVID situation, as you say, if you have to read all these pages and pages of terms and conditions and click at the end to get to something that you want to get. Then okay, you may also read it, but since you know that you want that app, what do you read it for? I mean, you know that you're going to click yes because you want to get that app, right? So it's a strange environment where yes, the ethics is not the ethics of the machine, is the ethics of the whole ecosystem of the designers, because the technology is not neutral. It's not that you build the technology and then depending on how you use it, then it can be used for good or for bad purposes. It's the design and the development of the technology that already embeds the ethical principles into the technology. It's not just like some people say, oh, it's like a hammer that you can use for good things, to hang some frame or some picture to your wall, or you can use it to bang somebody in the head. No, it's not like a hammer, because the design of the technology includes, some design choices include the ethical considerations and how you want to address these ethical considerations. So it's very important that the training of these people and also of the younger generation that will be the next generation of developers and designers of AI system. And it's true, Andreas, that we are also moving in a direction that AI can autonomously generate better and new and evolve new software. So we have to be careful that in that transition we bring in these ethical training and considerations that now we give to developers. We bring into that transition to more automated systems. But yes, it is a challenge. That So Ipatia, when you will be part of this world of technology, then that could be something that you could take up and help everybody to do.
I mean, I think it's important to remember. Oh, sorry, please.
No, I was saying because we're getting close to the end. So maybe, Ipatia and Elise, you have any closing comments or any closing thoughts, both for us older generation or for for your, same age, youth generation.
I mean, I think it's important to remember that technology is man-made. We created it. We can therefore control it as much as we can. Obviously, it's got to a point that it is somehow controlling us. However, I think that if we, as Francesca said, use it as much as we can for good, then we can be able to monitor it. As long as we keep a nice balance between technology and real life, we have to remember that our relationship with the computer and artificial intelligence is not balanced, because the computer can never say no to us. The computer will never really challenge us. It will do what we tell it to do and what we've programmed it to do. So I think it's important that we acknowledge that and we create a balance between real life and online life as much as possible.
And adding on to that, I guess technology has many, many pros. It's very helpful to communicate and in many different ways, but we need to make sure that we don't overuse it. We don't become too reliant on it to the point that we just leave beside humanity and human touch and become entirely focused on technology. So just as Ipatia was saying, finding the proper balance, using technology for good, but not to the point where it takes over.
Yeah, I would add that, yes, can you imagine, I mean, to say that the technology is very useful, can you imagine what it would be 4 months of, isolation without the technology? So, I mean, the technology was really very important for work, for education, for some form of social interaction. So definitely we see that it's really very, very important. But as you say, it has always to be guided by some principles and some goals that you are very clear in your mind. Where do you want to get? What's the vision of the future? And since, to me, the technology means building the future, to me, that's not better way really to understand how to build the future than to speak with people like you, because the future is not for us. The future is for the people that can live the future, which is, the younger people. So especially, the longer future. So to me, it's really very, very important to build these links and communications between the various generations, because we are building the futures, because we are at an age that we have a job, we can deliver AI and so on, and you're not yet in that position. Very soon you can be, but we are building something that with the vision of the future, and you are going to live the future. So it's important that we listen to what your fears and dreams are.
Perfectly said. So Francesca, Ipatia, Elise, thank you very much. And this is the end of our panel. And actually, it's the last panel of our conference. And hopefully we can all get together next year. And hopefully we can all be physically together in Athens. So thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you, Andreas. Thank you. Bye, Ipatia. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So as we said, this is the end of the conference. I wanted to thank everybody for participating, and for all our viewers and listeners. As I said in my opening remarks, this year's title was Humanity and AI. It's going to be the same title for next year, and hopefully COVID-free. We are going to be able to meet in Athens at the SNFCC, like we do every year. And we got, I think, a very interesting preview, to say the least, especially in today's, but yesterday's also, but today's panels about humanity and AI. And I think the magic word is the end. So it's humanity and AI. They can really work together. They should work together. And we should make sure that they do work together. The interesting part is that before COVID, we were thinking already about next year's title, if we were going to have a full session of humanity and AI, which we didn't. So the question was coming around about a Greek word called amphitesi, very difficult word, amphitesi, which doesn't have an exact translation in English, but it's sort of both questioning and at the same time denouncing something. And I think this has been around our society, and I think COVID really made that come up to the surface about all of us questioning and also getting to the point where we are denouncing a lot of things, a lot of situations, a lot of people, a lot of institutions. And I think it's a very challenging times for all of us because you have a lot of things up in the air, a lot of uncertainties. I think the reality is that a lot of us don't know what the answers are, what the solutions are. I think we saw that during this COVID crisis, where, to put it bluntly, I don't think anybody knew exactly what is going on or what the best solution would be. And I think we were caught with our pants down as a global society. So we're looking forward next year to bringing that notion of questioning and even denouncing into the picture, discussing humanity and AI. These are two concepts that on their own are very important. There is an issue about are we becoming less human, which I think when you hear about all the situation, about the inequalities, which I think it's a positive matter, because to solve a problem, first you have to realize you have it. And I think we are finally getting to the point where we, and I say we as a society, are realizing that we really have a problem. It's called inequality in so many ways. And we have to act. And yes, sometimes we talk too much about it. We have to act more, but we have to talk first. And I do believe that we have to work all together into making this world less polarizing. Because if we don't, that means we will not be able to get on the same table. And we need to get on the same table to discuss and even agree to disagree, but hopefully agree on many things that will alleviate a lot of the pressures going on. Many centuries ago, Aristotle said that educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. French philosopher Rousseau said that caring for others is what makes us human. And if we stop caring, we basically stop becoming human. Modern philosopher Coelho said that while we are sanitizing and wiping everything down, we need to be sure to wipe hatred, racism, religious intolerance out of our hearts too. Those are deadly viruses that have killed many. And I think these are the realities. And again, they sound good and we say fine, so we talk about them. But again, I think I remain an optimist because I think we all realize we have a problem and we have to do something about it. So again, thank you all for joining us this year. I mean, the conference is over, but the festival under the Nostos umbrella continues. We're going to go now in a couple of minutes to the SNF Virtual Run and a lot of other activities and events that we have for the remaining of the week. So again, thank you all, and hoping to see you next year in Athens. And even though we can have technology helping us, I do hope that you'll come physically to visit us in Greece. So thank you. And I'm giving it to Nadia now to take us for the talk about the run. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, hi from me also. What we just heard was very interesting, and everything we had in the three panels of the SNF conference was truly very enlightening, and the closing remarks gave us a different note. Don't you agree? It's very interesting to hear the view of young people because they have another perspective. And with this third day of the festival, we have brought the SNF conference to a close, but we have 5 full days that await us. Now, before we go to tonight's program, let's see certain of the highlights of tomorrow. So tomorrow the program will start with the dialogues of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, and we're going to talk about the interplay between technology and democracy, potential and limitations. Then one of the surprises that we have in the online summer Nostos Festival RetroFuture is the live online dramatic reading of Oedipus King of Sophocles from Theatre of War Productions with the participation of exceptional actors such as Oscar award-winning Francis McCormick, Oscar Isaac, and John Torturo. It is an innovative digital endeavor, and it's completely in line with the paradox of our times. And after the reading, there will be a discussion with the audience, online, that is, with you, and we will, in fact, use technology in order to communicate as society and to change views and ideas. I think it's one of the performances that is not to be missed. Tomorrow, on the 24th of June, at 8 o'clock in the evening, is when it will take place. So detailed information about how you can participate in the discussion is on the site of the festival, www.snffestival.org, and I'd actually recommend that you sit comfortably without your running shoes and watch the virtual SNF run that is going to start immediately. Anna Cynthia, Nadia. Are you sportive or not? I hope that if you feel sportsmanlike. Well, I have the list before me, and I want to see where you ran. I was with high heels, and they considered because it was an impediment. No, I want you to tell me prefecture, where I ran. Where you ran in person. I don't think it's been, in fact, listed here. There are about 1,000 people, but I will find you amongst them. That goes without saying, because something happened and we didn't actually see your photograph. I'll see what your time was, unless you're going to start running now. If you want me to, I will do it in my high heels, but it will take quite a while until I actually arrive at the finish line. So we're going to be here until the 28th. So we actually will wait for you. Thanks for being next to the canal, but thank you for this amazing image. So, Nadia Garayan, start. 1, 2, 3, go. So, let's go, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we say every year, and we get to the finish line in the SNF run. This is in the middle of the summer, and it's the, in fact, meeting point of those runners who love Athens, who love the vision of SNF run, who love the cultural centre, but we know that certain things were lost this year. We've managed certain things differently this year, but we have all run together, even if we're far apart. We have managed to run the distance in different landscapes, and this gave the possibility to even more people, in fact, to run. So that meant that you could run also, because it's about 1,000 participants. That's an amazing number from almost all the prefectures of Greece and abroad. And you responded to this invitation for the virtual SNF run, and this was, in fact, a special run for a special summer, but the Summer Nostos Festival is online, and of course the SNF run is here also. Let us see all of those of you who ran, and then we will return and we'll see who came first.
So we saw landscapes, different people, different points where people chose to run. Takis Koulouvaris is with us. Thank you very much, because a run without regeneration and progress and without Taki Koulouvaris is not possible. Welcome, Taki. Thank you. It's really nice that we are here. We keep our distances, so there's physical distancing, and we wear masks. So thank you very much, Mr. Koulouvaris, for giving everybody the opportunity to hold the SNF RUN, and it was held virtually. Takis Koulouvaris is an associate professor, assistant professor, at the First University Clinic of the Orthopedic Clinic of the University of Athens, the Kapodistrian University. Since 2009, he's an international ambassador of the Hospital for Special Surgery in New York. He is responsible for the Masters at the Medical School of Athens, entitled Sport and Health, and he's also responsible for the mobile units and president of the nonprofit company Regeneration and Progress, which organized the run in collaboration with NSF. So you have many titles, but I'd like to begin now and ask certain questions. Taki, whether we ran or not, whether we sent our selfie or not, I think we should all understand how important all this is, because in the last 2 days we talked about moving on to the digital era, we talked about technology, we talked about communication. So now let's talk about health, the health factor, because health has a mental dimension, because we're talking about mental health, but also physical health. So let's not forget that we are at the SNFCC, but we're also in the midst of a global pandemic. So I think everything is important. Thank you, Anna. Thank you for inviting me. I'd like to say that this was a challenge, this SNF RUN, to try to go ahead with the run despite the pandemic, despite the fact that we couldn't do it the way we normally did. So we tried to get in touch with the people who wanted to run, and we wanted to convey the message, because as you know, SNF RUN has 2 purposes. One is run, because we tell people to run, and we know that keeping fit is very good. It's good for your health, but at the same time, you also contribute. You give money, you make a donation, and you help your fellow human beings. So I think this is more topical than ever. And we said this year that the donation will be for public hospitals. So here we have to point out the following. The runners know this, of course, very well, that most runs where sometimes there's a high participation, sometimes there isn't. In the case of SNF RUN, and this is something we say all the time, everything is for free in the run. People can run, as many people as possible can run. Whoever can run or walk if they don't want to run. So all the expenses are covered by the Stavros Niarchos Foundation grant. However, the opportunity is given to people who wish, runners, male or female, to donate to the organizations that have been chosen, and actually we triple the amount that is raised. So this time, this possibility was given to anyone interested. You could even contribute €5. So this was a way to help hospitals. How many hospitals were helped? 70 in total, 70 all over Greece, 40 in 42 prefectures, 70 hospitals in total. So for 2.5 months, we were all living, and there was a lot of concern, a lot of anxiety. We thought we might have caught the coronavirus, and many people thought, are the hospitals ready? Are they open? Are they there to help us? And they were ready. They were battle ready. So yet this is yet another contribution made by the runners and all citizens to local hospitals. And let me say that in rural areas, there's one hospital, and it is a must. It's something that everybody talks about, particularly now on the islands. And you know what's happening at Takis, because you have your mobile medical units. So you know the people there, you know the needs, you know what's missing, and particularly now in this pandemic. So what's the amount that's been fundraised 7,000 approximately, and this will be tripled. So we're talking about an amount that's over 20,000, close to 21,000 euro. And of course, this is not the main contribution of Stavros Niarchos to the health sector. No, of course not. Because if we start talking about how much the SNF has contributed to the healthcare sector, we'd have to spend hours discussing it. There are a lot of projects that are in progress, particularly after 2017, September 2017, we have 7 large projects for health, 1 new pediatric hospital in Thessaloniki, a new hospital in Komotini, a new one in Sparta. We have equipment, PET CTs, we have helicopters in order to help islanders. We also have training programs for trauma, for doctors, nurses, rescue teams, scholarships for South Africa, surgeons, orthopedic surgeons. We also have different things regarding infection control, but nothing must be taken for granted. Every one of these projects is unique. Let's not forget we had the pandemic, and then Stavros Niarchos decided to launch another initiative, and this is the international initiative, COVID relief initiative. So we wanted to help people working in ICUs, cleaners, nurses, doctors. A bonus is given to all these people, to the medical staff, to the nurses and cleaners. And of course, we have the contribution of the University of Athens. And we're trying to help families deal with the pandemic and the fact that they were confined for so long. So we offer them the basic necessities. And we've also upgraded and renovated ICUs in many hospitals. So now we're talking about modern equipment, ventilators, because we know that ventilators are needed. But we also intend to continue training for in the next 5 years, for people working in ICUs, but also doctors outside ICUs so that may be ready to respond to any eventual crisis. So we're talking about the fact that people gave what they could and tried to contribute. And at the same time, they also ran in the run. And let's not forget that it's also nice to be part of a team, because as a team, we manage to do great things, even though we might even fight with one another. And sometimes these fights are quite lively. So let's see the 3 hospitals that were given the most money. This means that they were supported a lot by the runners. Chios, for example, General Hospital of Chios. Here in Athens, the Pedon Hagia Sophia Hospital, the Children's Hospital, and the Trikala General Hospital. So we see Trikala this year, they were quite strong. They raised money. And I'm saying that together with the SNF RUN, maybe you should hold a virtual run for Trikala. I know what I'm saying is rather risky and rather dangerous. And there were also other countries where there were runners, from the UK, South Africa, Canada, US, Monaco, Switzerland, France, and so on and so forth. So physically and virtually. Wonderful, wonderful. So I'm sure we will continue and go from strength to strength. Now let's watch the video. We also have other pictures and other images. A lot of people ran. They ran wherever they liked. I mean, the 5 kilometers. Could have been on the balcony, it could have been in their living room, going round and round and round, or in their village, or on a mountain, or in a square. There was no limitation, no restrictions. People could run wherever they liked. So we got a lot of photos. We can watch the video. Let's look at the footage. Let's look at all the selfies you sent us, all the photos you sent us from the place where you chose to run. And then we'll see how certain prefectures participated very actively in this run. Thank you.
Well, this gives me also the desire to run. You know, normally I don't have the time to run because we have to go as fast as the wind to go from the center of Athens to our cultural center here. So who ran the faster here? And I must say that you have really fanatical runners. We had, in fact, 10,000 participants, and they normally finish in 3 or 4 days, whatever the weather. Yes, yes. In the last few years, it's been raining, so that was Attica was first, so Trikala second place, and we might actually connect to Trikala. Well, I must say in Trikala it was crazy, and Magnesia had a lot of participants from the whole of continental Greece, from Crete, from the Dodechanese, from the Ionian Islands, from absolutely everywhere, from every prefecture. There was participation in the SNF RUN. We want to go to Rhodope now because I think it's worth seeing how the municipalities, the communities, the regions actually took up this invitation and they mobilized their citizens. Local authorities should not only exist for problems or for the elections. It is good to actually urge people, urge citizens to participate in civic life and to do things together. And let us see a video that the Deputy Regional Governor, Mr. Telikidis, shared with his fellow citizens through Facebook.
Φέτος το καλοκαίρι είναι διαφορετικό. Αξιοποιούμε τον χρόνο και την ενέργειά μας σε δράσεις ατομικά ή και σε μικρές ομάδες για να υποστηρίξουμε ένα καλό σκοπό. Συμμετέχουμε και συνεργαζόμαστε στην προσπάθεια που έχει ξεκινήσει το Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Νιάρχος.
And we choose to support the Kobodini Hospital through the 5 kilometers SNF run. I invite you from the 15th to the 21st of June to join forces, to run for a good cause, together with friends, family, alone, in the park, the forest, the beaches, but always with the appropriate measures in place. So participate in this run in order to support the health services in your prefecture and support Rhodope in these difficult times. Each participation is valuable. We run for a good cause. You can also offer and contribute. And of course, we see that this actually helped people to contribute from this initiative. But now let's go to Trikala, because we see that we have a lot of material from Trikala, and we have 2 live connections. Hi, Mrs. Silisiadou. Hi, Mr. Papagiannis. Hi. Good evening to all. Now, let us start with Mrs. Silisiadou. Tell us why you run. How did you actually come about entering SNF RUN? How did you run with this application? And you all actually entered through the application and you sent your time and distance through it. So this was something that was for a good cause, and we knew how vital it was. It was a wonderful experience, and I think it is something that we'll always remember. Have you ever come to Athens in order to run in the SNF RUN? No. I didn't even know about it. It was the first time I learnt about it. So it was, in fact, through this invitation that I learnt about it, and I ran for this cause. What about you, Mr. Papagiannis? I ran for this good cause for the Trikala Hospital. I belong to the Runners Club of Trikala, and I love running. And that's one of the reasons I participate. But we also want to give the good example to our fellow citizens and also to children so that they follow along those lines. Did you have any students who actually ran with you? No, no, no. They're very young. They go to the second year of primary school. But there were certain students who were in high school that followed along. Vasily, did you know about SNF RUN before? Yes, yes, I knew about it, but I hadn't actually ever come to Athens due to family obligations and professional obligations also. So when the Runners Club, in fact, informed us that we could run in Trikala, this was, in fact, something that made us all very happy. And in a few days' time, we managed to organize this run in Trikala and to have, in fact, a lot of participants. So you have an open invitation for next year to come, both of you, and so that we can run all together. And I think that it will be something that we'll all enjoy. Yes, thank you very much. How many kilometers did you run? We're not going to close like that. Shall I speak? Yes, of course. I ran the 5 kilometers twice. One for the Orestiadas hospital and one for the Trikala hospital. So 2 times 5. So you're really raising the bar, Mrs. Zelesiadou. What about Mr. Papagiannis? Well, I ran the 5 kilometers because I didn't have a lot of time. And then I was actually running 2 or 3 kilometers to go home. So I think that Trikala actually set the good example, but I think they also do that on a civic level also. So congratulations, and thank you so much for participating. Thank you. Thank you so much. Happy running. Happy running. In the best of sense. So let us actually meet again soon, I hope. And let us go on now to the winners. As all races, we have the best times and the winners. There's always this symbolism, and it's wonderful. And this is something that you, in fact, chose. There is a distinction, and those who come first will be mentioned, of course. So on the basis of the best times, we have the 3 fastest men, the 3 fastest women, but you have managed to actually make certain that it's not the sole reason for participating, and it's not simply about the award or the prize. No, we're all here to celebrate it, and we're all past the finish line. Let's see the 3 first lady. It's Mrs. Baggio Joanna, 22 minutes and 33 seconds in 3rd place. Then Mrs. Despina Tsuknaki, 21 minutes and 36 seconds in the 2nd place. And first is Mrs. Kostadina Margaritidi, 20 minutes and 2 seconds was her time. Good evening, ladies. Good evening. Good evening. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Mrs. Baggio, I'll start from you. Yes. Can you tell us whether you've actually participated in an SNF run? And can you tell us how was the experience that you were running and for this to be a virtual race? It was the first time that I participated in this race. I didn't know about it, to be honest. Do you run often? Yes, yes, I'm a runner. And I'm part of the Trikala Runners Club. So Trikala, yes, once again. I liked the fact that we had a virtual race. And I think that made it more intriguing. It's different to run in your own town, but also to participate in such a major event. What about you, Mrs. Tsuknaiki? So I have been participating in the SNF RUN from the very beginning. So you live in Athens? Yes, yes, that's where I live. So I had actually started in the first year with the 6 kilometers, and so that was also true in the second year, but then I went on to the 10 kilometers. But of course, in the live races, those who are the winners actually have amazing performances. So I never actually placed in these races. But this was not one of the first virtual races that I participated in. In the quarantine or in lockdown, we did actually participate in quite a few in order to do away with monotony. So I think that a lot of people ran in the lockdown, and I hope that this is one of the habits that they'll keep. What about you, Mrs. Tuknaki? Did you miss it this year? Yes, it's a very different thing to run in the SNF RUN race, and it's different, in fact, running around the sporting field. Yes, yes. Did you also run in the storm last year? Indeed, yes. Okay, we enjoyed it very much, even though we got wet through from the very outset. And Mrs. Magaridis is also nodding her head. So obviously you also have a lot of experience in SNF races. Yes, I have participated in all the SNF runs, and we also participated in the New Year run. So we support the SNF run greatly, and we participate in all events, whether they're artistic, cultural, or sporting. And we considered that it was very important to walk towards this good cause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the very positive messages that you put across, as well as your very good sporting performances. We hope that we will be able to meet either physically or virtually. Both ways are valid, and I'd like to congratulate you on a day, and I'd like to say happy running, as like I said. Let's go and see the three first men.
So we have Bakas Vasilios. His time was 17 minutes, 15 seconds. We have Rigas Stefanos. His time was 16 minutes, 44 seconds. And Rovithakis Tassos, who ran the run 16 minutes and 44 seconds. They're all very fast. They run very fast. They're runners, you see. They're runners. Stefanos. Hello, how are you? Mr. Bakas, we see a photo of Mr. Bakas. He's not connected to us. It's not live, but we have contacted him. We congratulated him on his distinction and on the fact that he ran so fast. And congratulations, because I know that you've made a new start, a fresh start elsewhere as well. And thank you for participating in the run and for your excellent mood, because he just became a dad. So we wish him all the best. And we have his photo. We don't have him with us in person. And we have Mr. Rovithakis and Mr. Rigas. So let's hear from you two. Stefano, 16:44. Did you go downhill? Were you running downhill? I started in Panepistemioupoli, and those of you who've been to the area, you see that it's either only uphill or downhill. And what did you pick? Obviously, whatever any normal person would do. I picked you know what I mean. Isn't it dangerous for your knees to go downhill, to run downhill? Are you a runner? Do you run? Yes, for many years. 5, 6 years rather. Have you ever run in the SNF RUN before? I don't know how I missed the SNF RUN. Well, we don't have many downhill roads, you know, in SNF RUN normally. Mr. Rovithakis, how about you? You were also very fast, Tasso. So first of all, let me say that I'm very happy to be a small part of Summer Nostos Festival. We know that I had asked about the run many months ago. I wanted to actually run in the SNF RUN, the actual run. But when I found out that it would be virtual, I was also very happy. I went to the stadium where I normally run. Where are you exactly? Where are you? Where do you live? I live in Kozani, in Neapoli, Kozanis. But we have in Kastoria, a very nice stadium. And I actually train there in Kastoria. I have been a runner for 12 years. I'm a marathon runner, actually, but thanks to the SNF RUN, I gave priority to speed. So speed was my top priority. So was it flat? Was it on in the stadium? Yes, it was in the Argos stadium. You were very fast. You ran very fast. My record was 17:4, but I brought it down, even though this is not the normal time I'm in top form. But I gave priority, to training, and this is why I think I managed to run so fast. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. We wish you the very best of success in your lives. Stefanos Rigas, congratulations. Give our regards to Vasilios Bakas. These were the three men winners. They ran very fast, so happy running. So here we see not just people from Athens running, but people from many other cities. I think this is an excellent recipe, so to speak, because we have technology, it's part of our lives, and thank God we used the technology during the pandemic because it kept us sane. But on the other hand, certain things are done virtually, so it's not what they usually are. But here we see that an incentive was given to even more runners and people who are not runners to participate in the virtual run and to do so with great joy. So we will make sure that next year we will repeat the run. Let's be in good health. Let's run for a good cause. Let's not forget our fellow human beings. Let's not leave them out of our lives and things we want to do. So next year, same day, and this time it will be live. So I will stay a little bit longer. I'm waiting for Nadia Kondoyorgi. She's running. That's what she said, at least. She went to the run. Well, I'll wait. I can wait here till the 28th of the month. So this was SNF RUN. Goodbye. We now have Stereo Nova. This is one more reason why I should stay to watch the Summer Nostos Festival, but I'll also keep a lookout for Nadia. So thank you very much, everyone. So that was the virtual SNF run. Wasn't it fun? For me, I didn't even sweat, Anna. So now it's time for music. The retro part of this year's online RetroFuture edition of the Summer Nostos Festival of the SNF will make us travel back in time. We'll go back to June 2018 to the great lawn of the SNFCC, where 2 years ago, Stereo Nova offered us a unique electronic experience. So today we'll have the opportunity to watch again this fantastic concert by Konstantinos Vita and Michalis Delta, which really was incredible. It was a wonderful night full of music, special effects, but a lot of adrenaline, dance, and many emotions were evoked. Now, Stereo Nova fans don't need an introduction. They have a very special type of music. We know that they write, and it's like a poem. And I think this was lovely because there was a balance between old songs, new songs in the best possible manner. So those who were present enjoyed themselves fully. They were able to enjoy the urban landscape from different parts of Greece. There were stars and planets, and there were different particles in orbit. There was harmony and reflection. And all this was used, meaning the visual effects, by Nikos Patrelakis. And this actually accompanied the music with special digital and computer graphics and animation. So this was Stereo Nova from 2018 Summer Nostos Festival. So enjoy. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε, καλησπέρα σας, ευχαριστούμε που ήρθατε. Μαζί μας ο Πέτρος Τσαμπαρλής στα τραμ.
Τώρα ξέρω γιατί κάθε φορά που βρέχει τα μάτια μου κλαίνε και ο σκύλος γαυγίζει. Σχηματίζονται μικρά ποτάμια στους δρόμους, η κατεύθυνση του ανθρώπου, μια λευκή γραμμή αεροπλάνου και ύστερα η σιωπή των δορυφόρων. Η πορεία είναι σταθερή, ενώ ανάμεσα στην αθωότητα και τη διαφθορά η λέξη αγάπη θυμίζει γυμνάσιο. Γι' αυτό της άρεσαν τα λουλούδια, γι' αυτό και εγώ δεν θέλω τίποτε παρά μόνο να κοιτάζω εσένα, τη γη, τον ουρανό, τις πιο όμορφες λέξεις. Πως το μέτρημα από το μηδέν στο άπειρο. Ακόμα πιο μακριά η διαρώτηση απλώνεται. Μέρα με τη μέρα διανύεις τον ίδιο κύκλο με ένα αυτοκίνητο. Ενώ κατά βάθος θες να σταματήσεις, μιλάς μόνος σου. Καθώς ένα βουνό από τον καθρέφτη ξεμακραίνει. Και μόνοι του και δεν φαίνονται είμαστε εμείς. Σε αντίθεση με αυτούς που κατακτήσαν το φεγγάρι. Σαν κάποιος να προχωρά πίσω στα πίσω, ψάχνοντας για σένα. Οι ίδιες λέξεις με άλλο νόημα. Αγάπησε λάθος άνθρωπο. Πώς το μέτρημα. Από το μηδέν στο άπειρο. Κοίταξε εκεί, το ίδιο πράγμα συνέβη στον ύπνο σου 1000 φορές. Από το ίδιο σημείο θα πετάς πάντα, από το ίδιο σημείο θα αναρωτιέσαι. Την αρχή και το τέλος των πραγμάτων, την ίδια απόφαση θα παίρνεις. Μόνο που οι άνθρωποι θα αλλάζουν, όπως μια βόλτα στην πόλη, όπως τα φύλλα της Χλώρης. Και αυτά που πάντα σου άρεσαν, θα συνεχίζουν να σου αρέσουν. Το καλό και το κακό, το παιχνίδι του κύκλου, όπως το μέτρημα, από το μηδέν στο άπειρο. Ένας απέραντος διάδρομος με ενώνει με σένα. Ένα τρένο που χάνεται σε ένα σχεδιάγραμμα και ο απόϊχος ενός ανθρώπου σε κάδρο να κοιτάζει τον κόσμο μέσα από τα μάτια ενός άλλου. Του είπε, πες μου τι βλέπεις. Ο πατέρας μου ήταν εργάτης. Η μάνα μου φρόντιζε τα παιδιά και το σπίτι. Συνηθισμένα πράγματα. Έπρεπε να πάρω τη ζωή στα χέρια μου. Και όταν έφτασα εκεί που ήθελα, είδα πως τίποτα δεν μου ανήκει. Ούτε καν εσύ. Και με τα χρήματα, τι μπορώ πια να αγοράσω. Κάθε εικόνα είναι προέκταση μιας άλλης. Η ελευθερία μου είναι η αλυσίδα ενός άλλου. Και από όλα τα σπίτια που διασχίσαμε, παραμείναν τα δικό μου. Δεν έχω τίποτα. Είναι μόνο να περάσω μια φαντασία με όποιο τρόπο. Και θα αναγράψεις μαζί τον ανοιχτό δρόμο, γιατί η γη είναι πιο όμορφη από εμάς. Δημοσκοπήσεις, άστοχες συναντήσεις, ραντάρ σαν σύννεφα. Στο μολυβένιο ουρανό λαμβάνουν δεδομένα, πρόσωπα σκυμμένα. Πάνω από την τετράγωνη λίμνη, μια συναισθηματική μνήμη από σχέσεις που μοιράστηκαν. Το κενό με αναμνήσεις ζούσε, τα μάτια των άλλων φορούσε. Κι ήταν τόσο παράξενη γιατί ποτέ δεν κοιτούσε, παρά μόνο φιλούσε τον εαυτό της και σαν τζάμι σπασμένο γελούσε. Έτσι λένε πως είναι η ισορροπία, από τα δύο σπίτια έμεινε η μία αγωνία, όπως η παρακμή. Έτσι και η αξία από τον πλούτο γεννήθηκε η νοθεία. Έτσι λένε πως είναι η ισορροπία, τα δύο του μάτια κατευθύνουν. Την πορεία ήρθε από τον ήλιο, μια μαγνητοτενία, είμαστε δύο δίδυμοι και η Μαρία. Τίποτα δεν αποδέχεται και δεν κατανοεί. Ο πόλεμος, νυχτερινή πτήση πάνω απ' την Ανατολή. Συμφέροντα κυβερνούν τον πλανήτη. Έχουμε πιει μια πετρελαιοπηγή και τίποτα δεν φτάνει. Περπατούσε, δεν ήταν σίγουρο αν κοιτούσε τα ψηλά άδεια κτίρια, πρίσματα. Παρά μόνο φιλούσε τον εαυτό της και σαν τζάμι σπασμένο γελούσε. Έτσι λένε πως είναι η ισορροπία, από τα δύο σπίτια έμεινε η μία αγωνία, όπως η παρακμή. Έτσι και η αξία από το πλούτο γεννήθηκε η νοθεία. Έτσι λένε πως είναι η ισορροπία, τα δύο του μάτια κατευθύνουν. Την πορεία ήρθε από τον ήλιο, μια μαγνητοτενία, είμαστε δύο δίδυμοι και η Μαρία. Ήταν μια νύχτα παράξενη στο μικρό υπόγειο. Ένα τρένο στο βορρά, ένα τρένο στο νότο. Φίλος μου σκεφτόταν το ρητό, πως ο σκύλος είναι ο μόνος φίλος του ανθρώπου. Κοιτάξαμε δεξιά και μετά αριστερά κι είδαμε κάποιον να κοιμάται στα σκαλιά. Ήταν ο ίδιος που μετά μας ζητούσε χρήματα και χαμογελούσε χαμένος στα μισά του τίποτα. Πως μια ζωή μπορεί να χαθεί ξαφνικά όταν ο ήλιος χαράξει. Έρχεται σκοτεινιά και είναι μόνο τότε που μια γύφτισσα μπορεί να διαβάσει το χέρι σου και μετά να χαθεί σε εκείνα τα σπίτια που κυλάνε με τροχούς εδώ και εκεί, σε ένα κόσμο από λεϊνούς. Έλεος είναι κάτι που κανείς δεν το θέλει, μέχρι που φτάνει στο σημείο να βγάζει το χέρι και κάπως έτσι περπατάει ο ένας πίσω από τον άλλο, γελώντας ή κλαίγοντας σε ένα κόσμο μεγάλο. Φίλος μου κι εγώ διασχίζαμε προάστια διαδρομή, μεγάλωνε το μυαλό μου κι εγώ όταν σε μια στάση κάποιος μπήκε και ζητούσε χρήματα. Έξω από το παράθυρο το φεγγάρι κρεμόταν στα σύρματα. Καθενός στο στόμα πάντα ψάχνει για τις λέξεις και εσύ σκέφτεσαι από μέσα σου πως θέλεις να τρέξεις. Σαν εκείνο το κογιό, πιτσιρίκι έβλεπες, σε κανένα δεν είπες πως την αγάπησες, όπως κανένα δεν ενδιέφερε πως εσύ μεγάλωσες, πως πριν από μια προσευχή με το Θεό μάλωσες. Κι αν δεν είχες ένα φίλο, τότε θα είχες ένα σκύλο ή ένα τείχο να μιλάς ή του δρόμου το στείλω. Και κάπως έτσι τελειώνει η ιστορία ενός ανθρώπου που ζητούσε αγάπη στο τέλος του δρόμου. Και κάπως έτσι περπατάει ο ένας πίσω από τον άλλον, γελώντας ή κλαίγοντας σε ένα κόσμο μεγάλο.
Η γεωγραφία είναι απόλυτη, το χάος είναι η γεωγραφία της αγάπης. Το μάθημα μου το πήρα και αυτός ο δρόμος δεν υπάρχει πουθενά. Μια ενώπηρη χώρα με οδηγεί στην άλλη απλό, σαν προοπτική δρόμου. Μάθημα δεύτερο, τα κτίρια είναι πιο σταθερά από τα βήματα. Τα δέντρα, τον τόπο που μαρκάρει στις εποχές. Απ' το ένα παράθυρο, στο επόμενο όνειρο. Προεκτάσεις ενός ανεξέλεκτου κόσμου. Από εδώ μέχρι τα ψυγεία, τα κατεψυγμένα ζώα ονειρεύονται τη διακοπή του τρεξίματος. Μετά από εκεί, δεν βλέπεις. Μάθημα τρίτο, θα τρως και θα κάνεις σεξ. Θα αποκτήσεις κοινωνική συνείδηση και ένα νούμερο σε οποιαδήποτε τράπεζα. Μάθημα 4.
διασχίσεις ένα πρωινό τον κόσμο που θα είναι πιο όμορφα και από ένα όνειρο. Γιατί μια καινούργια αγάπη θα γίνεται σαν μέλη και από ένα σημείο της γης. Αυτός ο ήλιος θα ανατέλει πιο μπρος από ποτέ. Σαν στρογγυλό χρυσάφι θα λάμψει στο βλέμμα σου. Σαν μεγάλο διαμάτι κι εγώ που κάνω όνειρα. Χωρίς να κοιμάμαι, περνάω μέσα από ένα κρίσταλο. Χωρίς να φοβάμαι, γιατί τα όνειρα που κάνω όταν περπατώ στον δρόμο είναι πιο έντονα από αυτά που μας πλασάρει ο νόμος. Ο νόμος μιας εταιρείας, ο νόμος μιας πολιτείας. Η χώρα μου είναι αδικία, μια πιο μεγάλη σαπιουδιά. Χρώματα από τον πόλεμο, μια συναρτογραφία, χρώματα αγάπης. Και χρώματα βίας, τάψε τις κούκλες. Και όλα τα πλαστικά σου όπλα, μαχαίρια, πιστόλια. Κάθε είδους κόλπα, τα όνειρα της ζωής. Μια θαπή ανάμνηση, τυπογυρίζουν στα μόρια μιας μεγάλης περιπλάσης. Τα χτυπήρια του χρόνου στέκονται πάνω από το κεφάλι. Τα όνειρα που κάνω όταν είμαι ξύμιο στο σκοτάδι. σαν μαγνήτης που με κάνει να ονειρεύομαι να μιλάω στα κτίρια, στα σύννεφα ή να προσεύχομαι να είχα μια θάλασσα. Έξω από το σπίτι μου και όποτε βρέχει να πετάω από τον μπαλκόνι μου κρατώντας το χέρι σου για πάντα. Στις φραουλένιες παιδιάδες, στις γραμμικές κοιλάδες που μου συγκρούεται ένα αεροπλάνο. Στο μυαλό μου να γίνει το σώμα σου ένα με το δικό μου. Πες μου, τι σκέφτεσαι για μένα όταν τα σώματά μας στέκουν σταυρωμένα και από ένα σημείο της γης. Αυτός ο ήλιος θα ανατέλει κάποιος τότε. Σε ένα στόχο σημαδεύει χρώματα από τον πόλεμο μιας λαθογραφίας. Χρώματα αγάπης και χρώματα βίας. Θάψε τις κούκλες και όλα τα πλαστικά σου όπλα, μαχαίρια, πιστόλια. Κάθε είδους κόλπα, τα όνειρα της ζωής. Μια θα μπει ανάμνηση στην ποτήρη μου σαν μόρια. Μιας μεγάλης περιπλάξης από τη βίδα του χρόνου. Στέκονται πάνω από το κεφάλι, τα όνειρα που κάνω όταν είναι ξύπνος στο σκοτάδι. Ζεστό καλοκαίρι, κρατάς ακόμα κίτρινο αέρα, φυσάει ένα μεγάλο στόμα από το ραδιόφωνο εκφωνητές. Ασκούν υπεροχή, ανασταίνουν και θάβουν, χωρίς καμιά διακοπή. Ασταμάτητα κανάλια, τώρα είναι το μυαλό μας. Έχουμε χάσει τόσα που δεν ξέρουμε τι είναι δικό μας. Οι φτωχοί ξέρω πως είναι, περισσότερο φτωχοί και οι πλούσιοι βαριούνται την τρελή του ζωή. Μέσα από έντυπα μας καλούν να ζήσουμε μια άλλη ζωή. Μα είναι ζωή αυτή, όταν μια οικογένεια ζει με ένα μισθό 100.000, οι τύρανοι χαϊδεύουν. Κοιλιές μεγάλες, και δεν είναι μόνο αυτό, μας κυνηγούν χιλιάδες μάρκες. Έξτρα φόροι, έξτρα ΦΠΑ, έξτρα σκατά. Και ένας πόλεμος δίπλα μας που κανείς δεν τον σταματά. Και κανείς δεν διακινδυνεύει. Η αγάπη μας διαφεύγει και αντί γι' αυτό ψηφίζουμε διαφημίσεις. Χρησιμοποιούμε το σεξ για να αποφύγουμε τις σχέσεις και από το ταξίδι της φάλαινας είμαστε τόσο μακριά. Σε ένα παιδικό τραγούδι, το μυαλό μου ξυπνά και ακούω τα πλοία να διασχίζουν τις θάλασσες. Είχα τόσα ωραία πράγματα και εσύ μου τα χάλασες. Στην πίστα του αεροδρομίου έχει νυχτώσει, 1 εκατομμύριο αστέρια φωτίζουν ό,τι την έχει πληγώσει. Ένας φίλος μου απόψε εγκαταλείπει αυτή τη χώρα. Κατά βάθος λυπάται, μα δεν βλέπει και την ώρα που η ζωή του θα αλλάξει. Όταν τα αεροπλάνα πετάνε, η γη απλώνεται. Οι άνθρωποι ξεχνάνε, είναι τρομερό το θέαμα. Η αίσθηση αυτή ότι πετάς, δεν έχω άλλη επιλογή. Ένα κίτρινο ταξί περιμένει, φυσάει. Θα χειμωνιάσει 2 ώρες. Και ξημερώνει. Συννεφιασμένη Κυριακή, πρώτη μέρα του χειμώνα. Σκέφτομαι τους πιο σημαντικούς ανθρώπους αυτού του αιώνα. Από το δεξί καθρεφτάκι ο κόσμος μένει πίσω. Ποτέ δεν είχα τίποτε και απόψε θέλω να σε φιλήσω. Να μείνει στα μάτια μου σαν άδειο τοπίο. Να κάνουμε έρωτα στο αστεροσκοπείο, κουλουριασμένοι σαν μπάλα. Να εκτοξευθούμε μέχρι που ειρηνικά στο διάστημα να κινηθούμε. Και από το ταξίδι της φάλαινας είμαστε τόσο μακριά. Σαν ένα παιδικό τραγούδι το μυαλό μου ξυπνά και ακούω τα πλοία να διασχίζουν τις θάλασσες. Είχα τόσα ωραία πράγματα κι εσύ. Αριθμοί, τόσοι πολλοί για καθένα από εμάς. Ένα άπειρο αντιστοιχείο, όπως μια σακούλα διαφανή. Πλαστική, διασχίζει τη νύχτα σε ένα τοίχο που καίγεται πάλι η ίδια εικόνα. Έχει κολλήσει ο αστροναύτης μου, δεν λαμβάνει κλίση κι αυτός ο νους. Μια προσδιοριστή μάζα σαν να αποκόπηκε. Από όλη τη χώρα όλα είναι τώρα ένα όνειρο. Μέσα στα όνειρα βγάλε με έξω. Με το ένα κτίριο λάκτισμα ηχθεί. Παράφοροι κρυστάλλινοι άνθρωποι. Δίμενο αντισκότου σε μια ασύμμετρη διάταξη. Αριθμοί. Παράφοροι κρυστάλλινοι άνθρωποι. Δίμενο αντισκότου σε μια ασύμμετρη διάταξη. Από τότε που έφυγες ο κόσμος είναι σαν αφύλακτες διαβάσεις και κάθε Ιούνιος εκνυφλωτικός στη μέση της κάμαρας ο ξένος λέει υπάρχει τόση αγάπη μέσα στα δάκρυα, τα μάτια του Χριστού, του κόσμου τα μάτια. Ένας άνθρωπος, ένα φίλο, ψυχή και πνεύμα, μια αγάπη, μια αλήθεια από μένα για σένα. Μια σκάλα ανεβαίνω μέσα στο άπειρο, ένα πρόβατο σαν χιόνι στην κάθετη άνοδο. Κρυστάλλινοι άνθρωποι, είμαι ένα μπισκότο σε μια ασύμμετρη διάταξη. Αριθμοί, παράφοροι κρυστάλλινοι άνθρωποι, είμαι ένα μπισκότο σε μια ασύμμετρη διάταξη. Αριθμοί, παράφοροι κρυστάλλινοι άνθρωποι, είμαι ένα μπισκότο σε μια σύμμετρη διάταξη αριθμοί, παράφοροι κρυστάλλινοι άνθρωποι. Είμαι ένα μπισκότο σε μια σύμμετρη διάταξη. Είμαι ένα μπισκότο σε μια ασύμμετρη διάταξη αριθμοί, παράφοροι κρυστάλλινοι άνθρωποι. Είμαι ένα μπισκότο σε μια ασύμμετρη διάταξη αριθμοί, παράφοροι κρυστάλλινοι άνθρωποι. Είμαι ένα μπισκότο σε μια ασύμμετρη διάταξη αριθμοί, παράφοροι κρυστάλλινοι άνθρωποι. Είμαι ένα μπισκότο σε μια ασύμμετρη διάταξη.
Ευχαριστούμε.
Προεκλογικές μέρες πάνω από το ποτάμι, κανείς δεν κάνει αυτό που πρέπει να κάνει. Παρατημένο στα έργα της πολεοδομίας, ακούς το τραγούδι της αστυνομίας. Κρατάς το μεγάλο σχέδιο, σφιχτά στα χέρια. Είναι αυτό που θα αλλάξει τη ζωή μας. Σε μία μέρα, η μέρα μιας γυναίκας, στα προάστια σούπερ μάρκετ όνειρα. Εστιάζουν τα μάτια, μια μοτοκούζι διασχίζει το μεγάλο δρόμο. Κρατάς την Polaroid σαν μοναδικό όπλο. Αν κλέβαμε το Volvo απ' την άλλη άκρη του δρόμου, θα φεύγες μαζί μου μέχρι το τέλος του κόσμου. Καίγαμε στις ταράτσες, βιβλία και ποίηματα. Μια μοτοκούζι διασχίζει το μεγάλο δρόμο. Κρατάς την Polaroid σαν μοναδικό όπλο. Αν κλέβαμε το Volvo απ' την άλλη άκρη του δρόμου, θα φεύγες μαζί μου μέχρι το τέλος του κόσμου. Σάββατο απόγευμα, σε μια πλατεία, στριφογυρνάς χωρίς να δίνει σημασία. Σκέφτεσαι μόνο ένα τυχαίο συνδυασμό από αριθμούς για ένα σύστημα προπό και έναν αρχείο στην πίσω τσέπη κολλημένο που η τύχη το έφερε να μείνει πεταμένο. Ένας ρυθμός στριφογυρνά στο μυαλό σου, σαν ένα ποδήλατο στη μέση του δρόμου. Έπαιξες και έχασες, μα κάποια μέρα θα καταλάβεις πως όταν ο κόσμος μένει ίδιος πρέπει εσύ να αλλάζεις, να προκαλείς, να γελάς. Λέγοντας ψηλά το κεφάλι, δυνάμωσε του πάσο. Νιώσε το σώμα σου πάλι, κοιτάξε γύρω σου. Καμιά ευχαρίστηση τσάπα, μην είσαι ανίδεος. Θα σε περνάνε για μαλάκα, δεν κάνω τον έξυπνο. Αν θέλεις, βγάλε με από εδώ. Το μόνο που θέλω είναι αγάπη, ειρήνη, σεβασμό, χιλιάδες βλάκες. Διαστραβώνουν την αλήθεια, δεν επερασπίζονται κανένα. Και ζουν στα παραμύθια, κοίταξε, ο ήλιος αρχίζει να δει. Δεν θα χαθούμε, γιατί ένας δρόμος ανοίγει. Σε σένα μιλάω. Είσαι μας το πιο καλό σου σημάδι. Και έλα μαζί μας, γιατί είναι Σάββατο βράδυ. Σάββατο βράδυ, Σάββατο βράδυ, Σάββατο βράδυ. Σάββατο βράδυ, σε ένα κλαμπ στο χάος, κοιτάς τον κόσμο που χορεύει και τον κόσμο που δουλεύει. Ένας φίλος σου περνάει, χαιρετάει και φεύγει. Δεν υπάρχει νόημα, ο ρυθμός ανεβαίνει. Υπάρχει μόνο το κορμί σου και κάπως οι άλλοι. Τυχαίες σχέσεις που συμπίπτουν γιατί είναι Σάββατο βράδυ, σε μια γωνία. Σκέφτεσαι τι είναι αυτό που έχει πιο μεγάλη σημασία. Η θέση των άστρων ή η παγκόσμια ιστορία. Ένας μεγάλος έρωτας ή μια απλή συνουσία. Πιο τρελός κόσμος δεν θα μπορούσε να υπάρξει στους πλούσιους μεσαίους στην εργατική τάξη. Σε χτυπάνε και νομίζεις πως χτυπές όταν χορεύεις. Γίνα και χτύπα τους. Με όλα αυτά που σε πιστεύω, αυτή είναι μια αιτία. Να μπορείς να γελάσει απλά κάποιοι στίχοι. Να μπορείς να τραγουδάς στην ψυχή μου. Είναι τόσο πεινασμένη σαν μια τίγρη που είναι στο κλουβί κλεισμένη. Κοίταξε, η ζωή μας ανήκει, δεν θα χαθούμε. Γιατί ένας δρόμος ανοίγει, σε σένα μιλάω. Δείξε μας το πιο καλό σου σημάδι. Και έλα μαζί μας, γιατί είναι Σάββατο βράδυ. Σάββατο βράδυ, Σάββατο βράδυ, Σάββατο βράδυ. Στο ρολόι στη πλατεία παραμένεις μια ζωή στην αλήθεια. Με ένα σκύλο που γαυγίζει όποιον περάσει, αυτό είναι το τίποτα. Και εκεί του λεωφορείου η στάση, άκου το χρόνο τικτάκ. Όταν περνάει πως νιώθει, όταν εσύ ονειρεύεσαι. Η αγάπη πέφτει σαν χιόνι, σαν μια ιστορία όπου κι δυο είμαστε χαμένοι στο διάστημα. Μα ποτέ χωρισμένοι, τυλιγμένοι κι δυο. Στο δικό μου παλτό, μέχρι το σπίτι σου και εκεί σε ένα στρώμα διπλό. Δύναμη του ουρανού, δύναμη της αγάπης, ελευθερία στην έκφραση. Ζωή δίχως τάξη, δες τι αργά που ο ήλιος ανεβαίνει. Και αυτό που ήθελα να γίνει, πόσο ξεμακρύνει, δες την πρωινή δροσιά. Πάνω στα φύλλα, μέσα στα μάτια μου. Το πια κατοίκητα, δώσ' μου την αγάπη σου για να πετάξω. Δώσ' με ένα άλλο κόσμο να ζήσω, να πεθάνω. Δώσε τη χαρά σε αυτούς που πονάνε. Στα αδέρφια μου, σ' όσους δεν βρίσκουν αιτία να γελάνε. Σε σένα μιλάω. Έλα να φύγουμε μαζί. Γιατί είναι Κυριακή πρωί, Κυριακή πρωί, Κυριακή πρωί. Κυριακή πρωί, Κυριακή πρωί. κάποιος θα φύγει, η αγάπη θα μείνει. Είμαι στη λίστα αναμονής. Είναι η καρδιά μου αυτή που χτυπάει. Ο κόσμος γυρίζει κι αυτή σιγή. Αν φτιάχναμε μια γέφυρα για αυτά που μας χωρίζουν, δεν θα ήταν ανεξήγητο το νόημα της ζωής. Μα όλα είναι ένα ζήτημα μιας διαφοράς ανάμεσα και το μικρό μας όνειρο κυλάει στη βροχή. Όλα τα λάθη μ' ακολουθούνε και κάθε τέλος όπως η αρχή. Πέφτει το βράδυ σαν λυπημένο, γδαρμένο δέρμα μες στη σκιά. Έτσι είναι οι κύκλοι χωρίς το κέντρο κι η νέα μόδα είναι παλιά. Αν φτιάχναμε μια γέφυρα για αυτά που μας χωρίζουν, δεν θα ήταν ανεξήγητο το νόημα της ζωής. Μα όλα είναι ένα ζήτημα μιας διαφοράς ανάμεσα και το μικρό μας όνειρο κυλάει στη βροχή. μέσα σαν λαβή. Μας μείνει στη ζωή και στο χώρο μας θα δίνουμε στόχους. Μεγάλο ελληνικό στις ταξικές διαφορές, ρατσισμούς και ηχορικό το ξέρουμε. Είμαστε δεμένοι σε ένα σύστημα που κανείς δεν καταλαβαίνει. Τελευταίο χτύπημα, τελευταίο χτύπημα, τελευταίο χτύπημα,
Ευχαριστούμε.
Μερικές φορές τις νύχτες περνάς σε κλειστά κλαμπ της συνεισφοράς. Νιώθεις πως είσαι ανασφαλής. Σε κάθε κατάσταση επιρρεπής. Σπρώχνεις ανθρώπους για να περάσεις και διώχνεις τη σκέψη για να μην κλάψεις. Αλήθεια πως είναι μια καρδιά που γυαλεί και κάποιος που χάνεται από στιγμή σε στιγμή. Ήμασταν ίδιοι κι όμως έχεις αλλάξει, φαίνεται βαρετό. Μα τώρα πια δεν πειράζει, μιας και κάθε αγάπη σβήνει σαν φλόγα. Και εσύ κρατάς ένα κερί μέσα στην πόρα, τη μόνη που στρίβει. Δείξα και αριστερά στο σταυρό της Ελένομαν για ένα κακόφημο σινεμά. Μια ζωή που κοστίζει κάθε μέρα πια κρυβά. Υλικά, ζωτικά, συναισθηματικά και τώρα πάλι ένα σκύλος κόβει βόλτες εδώ. Με κρύβει μια βιτρίνα και ένα φορτηγό και θέλω 1000 ακόμα χέρια να σου δείξω τι θέλω και 1000 μάτια για να βρω αυτό που δεν ξέρω τώρα που τα φώτα σε νίκη το ξένο και όλα σταματούν για να περάσει ένα τρένο. Και το μόνο που θέλω είναι να κοιμηθώ μαζί με σένα που νοσταλγώ, σφίγγοντας το σώμα σου στην αγκαλιά μου, να γίνω μια ακρίδα στα γόνατα σου, γιατί αισθάνομαι άσχημα όπως και εκείνη την ημέρα που διαλύθηκε το παζλ στον αέρα. Μια μεγάλη σκιά που χάνεται στη νύχτα και είναι κάποιος που βοηθούσε το χρόνο. Και από τότε που κάθισε αισθάνεται μόνος του. Είναι ένα σημείο που πια όλα φταίω εγώ. Μια γάτα είναι ένα σκήνος και ένα όρφανο μωρό. Η δύναμη που αντλούμε από τα όνειρα για να εξηγήσουμε. Παράξενα φέρνουμε από τον κοσμικό οργασμό και τα ψώνια που κάνουμε. Αυτούς που μας πλησιάζουν και αυτούς που μας αφήνουν στη μέση μιας πλατείας, στην άκρη του σταθμού, στο σταυρό του νότου. Και στη θέση τους αποκτούν να μην πάνω σου και όλα να μ' αρέσουν. Να μου ψηφίσει πως αυτές οι μέρες θα περάσουν. Γιατί αισθάνομαι άσχημα πως και εκείνη την ημέρα που διαλύθηκε το παζλ στον αέρα.
Ευχαριστούμε. Βίντεο ο Νίκος Πατρελάκης, φώτα ο Σπύρος Κουρκουμέλης, στον ήχο ο Γιάννης Λαμπρόπουλος, ο Παύλος Πανταζόπουλος, ο Θάνος Καλέας, ο Γιώργος ο Μπουγατάς. ο παραγωγός μας Γιάννης Μητρούδης, ο Εροβιός και το Summer Nostos Festival. Όλοι εσάς σας
και τον drummer μας ξέχασες, τον drummer μας ξέχασες, τον drummer.
Και πάλι ο drummer μας, ο ένας και εκλεκτός Πέτρος Τσαμπαρλής. Σας ευχαριστούμε. Να είστε καλά. Καλό καλοκαίρι.
Γεια σας και πάλι από το RetroFuture του Summer Nostos Festival. Είναι το φετινό ψηφιακό φεστιβάλ που σας διασκεδάζει όπου και να είσαστε. Μόλις παρακολουθήσαμε την εξαιρετική συναυλία του ΚΠΙ και αύριο η μέρα ξεκινάει με τους διαλόγους του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος, μια σειρά δωρεάν και ανοιχτών για το κοινό εκδηλώσεων, μέσω των οποίων το Ίδρυμα Σταύρος
among people and organizations around the globe. The SNF Dialogues and the SNF Agora Institute at the Johns Hopkins University are hosting a webcast discussion to examine what COVID-19 is revealing about the role of technology on society, democracy, and our collective future. As the world increasingly turns to technology and artificial intelligence to respond and recover from the pandemic, what lessons can we learn about how technology might help both government and citizens redefine governance, participation, competition, freedom, and equality? Can technology assist us in making liberal democracies more just and inclusive so that everyone has a seat at the table? And what are the inherent drawbacks and dangers in these technologies that we must recognize and address? Join us for a horizon-broadening event that will help us make sense of what's happening around us. The event that follows the dialogues will help bring the effects of the COVID-19 crisis into sharper focus. The Oedipus Project is an innovative digital initiative by the Theater of War Productions, consisting of a live dramatic reading from Sophocles' Oedipus the King, which fuels dynamic conversations about the effects of the pandemic. Academy Award winner Frances McDormand, Jeffrey Wright, Oscar Isaac, John Turturro, Frankie Faison, David Strathorn, and public advocate Jumani Williams will perform scenes from the play. Following, the audience is invited to join in the discussion, facilitated by Artistic Director Brian Dories. To participate, you'll need to register, so if you haven't done so already, please do before tomorrow's event. You do not need to register and simply watch the performance and discussion, which you can do with us right here. So that's it. Folks, see you tomorrow. Good night.
There are people suffering out there, dying from the hateful plague. And this is what you choose to do with your time?
Look, and you will see a storm-battered city, drowning in an ocean of blood, no longer able to keep her head above the cresting waves. A savage pestilence has ravaged the land.
Can't you see I am standing here sick with worry? That should be enough to stop.
Why should you be worried? Even if I am shown to be the son of a slave, going back 3 generations, it will never taint your birth.
Even so,
or the
I'm
color
asking
of your
you to
blood.
do as I say. Please be done with this.
There is nothing you could say that would stop me from uncovering the truth.
This is because you are not listening to what I'm trying to say. I'm only thinking of you.
That much is true, but you know nothing of the truth, since you are blind in your ears, blind in your eyes, blind in your mind.
Yeah, how sad. All of these insulting words will soon be spoken about you by your own people.
It's all a scam.
The play, where do you start? You know, there's so many parallels. Whereas the doctor's getting them in the hospital, I'm going into their homes. And you see a life full. And then you see them as their life is leaving them. It's a blessing to bear witness sometimes, to be there. If nothing else, if I can't save them, at least I'm there to bear witness. But now I appear as an apparition. You know, I'm covered in a mask, and all they see is the eyes. Everything else is covered, and it almost looks like a ghost. And it takes away the humanity of it. I have to keep a distance from these people. And the humanity of touch, of even in the play, at the end, there was one person who was still, Oedipus, why did you do this? I don't want to think of Oedipus as a sympathetic character, but he is.
I am stained, polluted, profaned. I am filthy. I am a virus, a deadly infection spreading. I am wretched. I have cursed myself, it seems, without knowing.
But if you are who he says you are, know that you were born to suffer more than any man before or after.
Oh God, it stings, the place where the pins went in.
Where did you find the strength to cut yourself off from the light, ripping out your own eyes? What vicious God took hold of you and forced you to do it?
Does anyone hear my voice? Or is it lost in the wind?